a lot of the Fed speakers who have come after that have basically said, look, maybe not that early. We'll see it over the next couple of months. There's really two camps emerging. It's the two-cut camp and the no-cut camp. And Governor Bowman and Waller are both in the three-cut camp, most likely on their dots. So they're the most dovish members of the FOMC, and I think they're really shifting the pricing probably a little bit too much, too fast, but I still think there are cuts later this year.
On inflation, you've got the temporary camp, and then you've got the I don't know camp, which seems to describe the Federal Reserve as well. But this market has decisively concluded this is a temporary story.
Right.
How much do you see that through fixed income at the moment, that they're just fading this inflation story entirely?
It's been that way the entire time. I don't think there's ever been a point, or at least in the last 6 months, where the markets assume that this is a permanent level shock higher. If you look at short-term inflation swaps, one-year inflation swaps are still pricing in a shock. Two-year inflation swaps are pricing in less of a shock. By the time you get out to 3 and 4 years, it's basically gone. The market is basically assuming that this is a one-time trick, and it's not going to persist into the future.
Then why are 10-year yields still at 4.25?
I think there's just a lot of uncertainty about when the Fed goes. You know, you still have to wait for the Fed to actually take rates a little bit lower. You still have to wait for something to get a little bit softer on the economic data side. And if, let's say, inflation is a one-time shock, but it's still relatively contained, growth is doing okay. I think that's a good way to describe it. With a marginal slowing over time, there's not really an impetus for the Fed to cut rates sharply. So you're going to have these persistently higher rates for longer. I think it's going to be more of a drift lower in rates. That's why our year-end forecast is 4% for 10s, not a 3%.
In this year's narrative whiplash, we've been talking about the potential for the economy to weaken, and we've been also talking about the ramifications of the U.S. deficit when it comes to where long-term yields are. We are going to see this deadline approached for July 4th in a week. I'm just curious, especially as some of the offsets to any spending get removed, how much that's going to come back into play for the bond market in a very real way.
You know what's interesting? I haven't heard a lot about the deficit just in the last couple of weeks. It feels like the story's completely died down.
What's up with that?
Everyone was talking about deficits. I would say over a longer period of time, deficits versus macro is about 10% and 90%. Markets move on 90% macro. We were all focused on that 10%. And we were pounding the table basically saying, look, if it looks like the macro is going to be back in the driver's seat, the market is going to ignore deficits for a little while. Now that we've got term premium higher, and by the way, that hasn't gone away. Term premium is still very much elevated. But I think the market is looking around and saying, you know, 60, 70 basis points of term premium in the 10-year, maybe that's enough for the longer term, and that could persist for a longer period of time. And you could still see yields going lower with that higher term premium in tow. So it's now a larger portion of the overall yield.
Is the market breathing a sigh of relief from the Treasury Secretary announcing the removal of Section 899?
I think so. I think between that and some of the SLR changes that happened at the Fed, or that were proposed by the Fed on Wednesday, that's definitely helping to improve sentiment. You're seeing swap spreads actually widen out. So you're definitely seeing that Section 899 I guess, proposed removal of the proposal. I don't even know how to describe that anymore. But I think the fact that you're seeing that maybe stripped out of the bill be kind of a positive step in the right direction, where we're not going to, weaponize financial markets. We think October. I think by that point you'll see enough on the inflation side to know that it's more likely than not a transitory, dare I say the word, or temporary spike in inflation. And by that point, you should see enough weakness accumulate also on the labor market and the economy as a whole. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, this stands out from you and the team. You seem to think that growth slowdown is really going to pick up as the year matures, grows older.
It's more of a gradual slowdown. You kind of see it in the labor market side as well. You've seen payroll growth continue to gradually moderate over the last 3 to 6 months. We expect more of that. You're seeing that in the personal income and spending numbers. Yep. They are going to start to slow down. Remember, we've gotten a lot of front loading before on the trade side. Now we're seeing the impact of that. Consumers are buying less because they've already bought everything. The trade is going to translate into higher prices. You know, I was just looking at how much we've collected in tariff revenue. It's been $70 billion in the last 3 months. The baseline run rate ahead of this was about 20. So it's an extra 50.
Will you join us in Florida?
Absolutely.
Happy to. Good. All right. Gennady Goldberg there of TD Securities. That does it for us. Thank you very much for choosing Bloomberg TV. On Monday, the lineup looks like this. Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Kurt Ryman of UBS, the former Kansas City Fed President Esther George, Michael Kushner of Morgan Stanley. Have a wonderful weekend. This was Bloomberg Surveillance. It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise.
With some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
We're building another art museum called the Guggenheim. Now, Louvre's big enough. Why do you need a Guggenheim as well, right next door?
I think it's a great question. I think the beautiful thing about the UAE and Abu Dhabi is we live with over 200 nationalities. And in doing so, they have become a part of the country's and the city's fabric. And we need to celebrate that. So we need to celebrate everybody's identity, everybody's background, everybody's heritage, everybody's history. And what a beautiful way in doing so in these beautiful institutions. These museums are educational institutions and they're community institutions. So we wanted to curate really a story where you come to Saadiyat Cultural District and you, if you allow me to curate the story, you start off at the Natural History Museum. And at the Natural History Museum, you get a glimpse and you get an understanding of how we came to be, how our Earth came to be, how our universe came to be, from a scientific perspective. Once you leave the Natural History Museum, you go to our National Museum, the Sheikh Zayed National Museum. There, you understand the history of this great land, not just the history of the country, but the people of this land that have been a part of this land for over 300,000 years. You get a glimpse of what the past and the present and the future looks like here in the UAE. From there, you maneuver yourself to the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is a beautiful universal museum. It is universal in its thematic approach. So there, you basically see a part of you on an equal pedestal with the entire world.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
I just think there's a chance that you'll have stagflation. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't want the reader to say he's predicting that. I'm not. But we have to be prepared for something like that. I think the global fiscal deficits are inflationary. I think the remilitarization of the world is inflationary. The restructuring of trade is inflationary. And this is not all an American thing. You know, with all those things taking place, yeah, you may be surprised.
I spoke to Jamie Dimon. He says that we should actually prepare for stagflation. How do you square that?
I think there's no question that the shock of tariffs are stagflationary. The question is going to be ultimately how high do they settle at? Right now they're at a very high level, highest in 100 years. And how long a period both is this uncertain environment and how long are the tariffs going to last? And the question now is the magnitude of the stagflationary impulse, and we just don't know yet.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Looking to hit a record at the end of the week. 30 minutes until the start of the cash trade. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, trade progress. The U.S. and China apparently agreed on a framework and a deal was signed. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the administration's trade push could wrap up by Labor Day. And those developments are giving equities a boost. The S&P 500 on the verge of setting a record. We bounced up against it yesterday, but couldn't break through. Plus, Nike posts a turnaround that's building momentum. CEO Elliott Hill sees a clear path to recovery ahead. And Katie, I know this is a story you've been watching very closely.
Absolutely. Nike just did it. Let's talk about the shares. Up 11% pre-market, climbing after saying that its years-long sales decline may be finally starting to bottom. They're also taking more steps to mitigate the impact from tariffs, everything that traders wanted to see as evidenced by this pre-market surge.
Tariffs could cost Nike $1 billion this year. And Amazon is leading gains among the Magnificent 7 or Magnificent 8 stocks, as Katie likes to call them now, after getting an upgrade to outperform from BNP Paribas Exane. The shares up just 1 1/3%, but cresting $220 in the pre-market. Katie, let's get to the big story.
Let's get to the big story, and that, of course, is trade. We begin with China confirming a trade framework with the United States. Here's what Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said on Bloomberg Television.
So the China deal, we inked the deal. You remember we had a trip to Geneva, and then that was being slow played. We got back together in London, and that deal was signed and sealed 2 days ago.
Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the Trump administration's agenda for trade agreements could be wrapped up by Labor Day, which is considerably later than the 9th of July. For the latest, we're joined by Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. So, pulling all these threads together, Tyler, are we getting a clearer picture of what the tariffs could look like?
Yeah, hey, Matt, good morning. Well, there's a few different things that we have to keep in mind here. One, when it comes to China, it took them a little over 2 weeks just to codify the terms of the talks that took place in London. And as our analysts at Bloomberg Economics say, this isn't necessarily a strategic reset. This is really just a de-escalation here so that they can keep the talks going. Of course, at the center of those talks were allegations by the United States that Beijing had been slow-walking these export licenses when it came to rare earth minerals. We did hear from China's Commerce Ministry earlier today that confirmed that they have agreed on these details. They're going to review them going forward, and they're looking forward to the U.S. canceling a series of their own restrictive measures, those export controls that the Commerce Department did put into place to try to spur Beijing along in these talks. So that's China on one end. Then, as you're discussing, we did hear from the Treasury Secretary earlier today putting that September deadline potentially around Labor Day. But what the Commerce Secretary told us yesterday is that they're looking to ink perhaps 10 deals. He called them the 10 top of their class deals, and that could happen still by that July 9th deadline. Though, as you're discussing, we could see that likely pushed back. The last point I will quickly make is that what we've actually heard from both of these officials in the past is that they would potentially use deals in each of these regions, perhaps one in an Asian economy, one in South America, as sort of a template, and that we could see first, and then we could see perhaps that deadline broadened out for some additional ones that would follow those guidelines.
Well, Tyler, I want to go back to China because it's interesting hearing you speak, reading our coverage, and listening, of course, to the administration officials involved. It seems like with China specifically, there's a lot of focus on these non-trade barriers, rare earths, for example, rather than the actual tariff levels themselves.
Right, exactly. And that's something that the administration has really tried to hone in on, though we should say that when we are looking at what a potential broader deal with Beijing would look like, we've heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent before that perhaps they could use the Phase 1 China trade deal enacted under the first Trump administration as sort of a template when it comes to purchase orders, for example, and boosting U.S. ag exports into China. He's actually previously floated that maybe there'd be some sort of catch-up provision under a new deal in order to hold Beijing accountable to the levels that were initially struck under the Phase 1 agreement. So we're going to have to wait and see how this actually does end up evolving, because at the moment they just got these issues around the critical mineral export licenses done. So we're going to have to see if we can get any sort of more tangible progress here. I'd also quickly leave you with, of course, fentanyl is really at the heart of some of these discussions. About 20% of the tariff that we're currently seeing in place against Beijing is linked to those original fentanyl concerns by this administration. We did see China tighten some of the curbs around the chemicals that go into fentanyl in recent days, perhaps as sort of an olive branch to try to get these conversations going in a more meaningful way.
All right, Tyler, appreciate the update. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joining us from Washington. Let's turn back to the earnings front and specifically what is going on with Nike this morning. You can see shares now up 10.5% in the pre-market, down 32% through yesterday's close over the past year. But let's talk about what we heard yesterday with Nike predicting that its sales slump has finally bottomed. CEO Elliott Hill saying there is, quote, a clear path to recovery ahead. And joining us with more, I'm pleased to say we have Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail analyst Poonam Goyal. So Poonam, yesterday you told us that we could be seeing the turning point in the turnaround, and taking a look at what we heard last night and the reaction this morning, it seems like it might actually be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the numbers weren't great when you look at them on their own, right? Sales still declined 12%. But what we are seeing is things are starting to get better. The decline is moderating. They're expecting a mid-single digit decline in the first quarter. And that's ahead of analyst expectations. It's much better. And the streets are rewarding them for that. And also they're stepping up on their innovation, right? And that's what we wanted to see. The wholesale segment is getting better. The order book is positive, slightly positive for holidays. All good indications that we heard on the call.
What are the most important areas that Nike needs to focus on? Is it just the basic, going back to running shoes and basketball, or is their diversification strategy still really key?
The diversification strategy is absolutely still key, but at the same time, they need to focus back on what's true in retail, the product. The product needs to get better, and they're working on that by introducing more newness into the pipeline, both in wholesale and in their DTC channel. Their DTC channel, notably the online business, will take time, and the key there is the inventory of old product. It needs to come down because that is the channel that they're using to clear most of it. Stores were positive, which is a pleasant surprise to see, and shows that when they have the right product, they're able to sell it. So they're moving in the right direction, but by no means do we see positive sales in the next 6 months from them. It's still going to take time, but we're headed there.
Yeah, some important points there, as you mentioned, that inventory, definitely one of the things that shareholders are rewarding this morning, that clearing underway. And to your last point there, I mean, Nike didn't issue full year guidance. Not that it was necessarily expected, but it certainly speaks to what a tough road is still ahead.
Yeah, absolutely right. Anyone issuing full year guidance right now, it's a hard path to follow because we have so much uncertainty coming up over the next 6 months with holiday quarter, consumer sentiment, tariffs, geopolitical issues. There's so much up in the air that I think taking it quarter by quarter is the right move.
All right, Poonam, thanks very much. Poonam Goyal there of Bloomberg Intelligence talking to us about Nike, the stock, absolutely crushing it today. It's one we're going to continue to watch. Let's take a look at some of the other stocks moving this hour. We have Bloomberg's cross-asset reporter, Nora Melinda, here with us on set. Wait, is she a cross-asset reporter?
No, she's equities.
Okay, yeah, there's a difference. They sit in different rows on the PM side.
I'll take it. We're friends over here.
Okay, so which are the equities that you're following in the pre-market?
Well, I've got eyes on Estee Lauder this morning. This is a company that was down almost 50% last year, but we're seeing HSBC raising the stock to buy from hold this morning, and that's because they're citing weakening U.S. dollar. They're seeing American resilience, but also they're talking about stabilization in China. So this should be really good and a potential tailwind for the company as we're looking forward. Shares are up about 5% so far year to date. But I've also got eyes on Boeing. Of course, we know that's a stock that's really been trying to recoup its gains this year. It was upgraded to buy from neutral at Rothschild & Co. Redburn. They're saying that confidence for the company has improved, and the stock is on a transition to a new phase where they actually expect the company to deliver. And it's really been in focus as we've been seeing so many different concerns with the company. So this will really be a welcome shift as we're thinking about that. But lastly, I've got eyes on Core Scientific. Now, this is a data center operator, and this is really in focus this morning because CoreWeave said that it's in discussions, potentially in discussions, to buy the company, and that's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. But we do know that CoreWeave actually reached out and was trying to make a deal earlier for about $1 billion. So we'll have to see whether or not this one goes through. But we do see shares of Core Scientific down about 12% as of yesterday's close.
Yeah, really interesting there. CoreWeave, one of the shining stars of this recent IPO class, maybe on an acquisition hunt here as well.
When the currency that you basically sold becomes more valuable, you can use it.
Yeah, all right. Great to see you. That is Nora Melinda. She is an equities reporter for Bloomberg News. It's a distinction that only that one floor of that side of the building cares about.
It's important because this show is really focused on equities, right? We're beating the drum until the market open. We have 20 minutes to go. Now, ironically, you are a cross-asset reporter.
I am.
But luckily, there's nothing going on cross-asset today. Like oil isn't moving, bonds aren't moving, gold isn't moving, Bitcoin's not moving. It's really all about stocks and the new records that we could see today.
Shall we look at what the S&P 500 is doing pre-market right now? It's only up 0.2%, but that is all you would need for a record close. I believe we closed 0.05% off an all-time high yesterday on the S&P 500. Maybe we'll see it.
We closed at 61.41, and the closing high is 61.44. By the way, we went to 61.45 and change, and the intraday high is 61.47. So we're really bouncing up against that level.
Yeah, let's see if we can get there, because we got a double dose of good news today from economic data, from trade vibes, for example. We'll see if that's enough to get us there. But coming up, we're also on the verge of $4 trillion for NVIDIA.
That
We'll
won't hurt.
discuss the breakout move next. This is Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
As Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me.
Now we're playing. Yep, now we're playing.
First and foremost, I am a capitalist. The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
Citigroup moves $4 trillion a day.
5.
Wall Street used to be a place.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South.
Now it's more of an idea.
The optimism here is infectious.
You think our New Yorkers are negative?
Yes.
Anything that trains people to understand probabilities and just think through things with a greater degree of nuance is a service to humanity.
I hope you survived the day.
I did. It was a busy day.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Uber is reportedly in talks with founder and former CEO Travis Kalanick to help fund his bid to buy the U.S. arm of Chinese self-driving firm Pony AI. The New York Times is reporting Kalanick is expected to run Pony if the deal is completed, while also leading his current company, Cloud Kitchens. Succession planning at SoftBank, Masayoshi Son says he plans to lead the company for another 10 years, but he has several internal candidates in mind to succeed him as CEO. The candidates work alongside the billionaire every day, but he hasn't disclosed to anyone who they are yet, just that he knows them, which is good. NVIDIA is extending gains in pre-market trading after hitting another record high. This is what Katie was talking about right before the break. You can see pre-market shares up 0.5%. This chip maker inching ever closer to becoming the first company to reach $4 trillion in market cap after a plunge earlier this year. NVIDIA has overtaken Microsoft as the world's most valuable firm. And I still remember the day that Apple eclipsed $3 trillion in market cap, and Ed Ludlow was talking about it on Bloomberg Tech. So what's really cool is we have Ed from Bloomberg Tech with us now out of San Francisco. Hopefully this happens, Ed, in your show, and then you can be the one to say this is the first company to reach $4 trillion as well.
It would be a big and historic moment in equity markets and in tech if NVIDIA hits $4 trillion. It was the first chip maker to hit $1 trillion of value, right? And there's this jostling for position of the world's most valuable company. It's sad, Matt, but I highly doubt that will happen this Friday, right? We closed at $155 a share. We're up 0.6%, half a percentage point in the pre-market. I think the number that we need to hit is just below $164.
You're correct.
Which would be you're right, almost a 6% gain. I love Fridays. I love these moments in the market. What it reflects is this bullish sentiment right now that NVIDIA's existing dominance in the AI supply chain is going to continue. Whether it happens on this fun Friday, who knows?
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about what got us here, because, you know, we're a few weeks removed from earnings. There haven't been any obvious catalysts, Ed, that would be pushing us closer and closer to that elusive $4 trillion figure there. What is the actual driver here? Is it just good vibes?
Yeah, I think since kind of that early point in April, post DeepSeek, where we've rebounded on lows from the S&P 500, and NVIDIA itself has kind of had this 60% or so gain. It has been a story about us getting through earnings season, looking at the hyperscalers or cloud computing companies in particular, but also others, because NVIDIA's customer base has broadened out, and saying, we believe this long-term story about commitment to spend on AI infrastructure. NVIDIA has a near monopoly, right, in that market. You know, the forecast range anywhere from sort of $1 trillion to $3 trillion a year of annual spending for AI. And NVIDIA's position currently would mean it would capture a great portion of that. So AI has been the primary growth driver in this equity market in that period. There are still sort of headwinds to NVIDIA that it needs to take into account. Principally that the same things that sustain it, the next biggest technology companies, the hyperscalers, are also thinking about how they can maintain this level of spending on the CapEx side, but they're also thinking about doing it more efficiently. And part of that strategy is using their own chips. And so over their shoulder, NVIDIA is looking. But look at it creep up. Now, 0.6%. Come on, guys.
Someone's listening.
Manifest it into existence, you know.
I am rooting for you, Ed Ludlow. All it needs to do is get to just under 164. So fingers crossed it does so in your show specifically. That is Bloomberg Tech co-anchor Ed Ludlow. NVIDIA shares now up about 15.5% year to date on a total return basis. They've spent a significant portion of this year actually underwater, which we haven't seen in quite a while, but that just speaks to what a rebound we've seen since about mid-April.
By the way, did you see the data trek note today from Nick Collis?
You know, it was the rare one that I missed. What did Nick Collis have to say?
He was saying, like, Lee Iacocca is better than Elon Musk.
Okay.
And both are like key man for their companies, or Lee was for Chrysler at the time. And Ed has a great story out today, or maybe it was last night, on Tesla. Actually, there are other important people at the company.
Yeah.
And they're starting to leave.
Yeah.
So I just think it's interesting that Nick publishes that piece on key man risk when,
you know,
when Ed publishes this piece on Tesla.
We have to have Nick Collis back on the program. It has been too long, a Haverford grad, so, you know, I'm partial to him. And there's a lot to talk about in this market. Not necessarily today. The moves are small, but still looks like we might hit in a record high when we get to that opening bell. The S&P 500 up about 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 pretty much there. The Russell 2000 also up 0.2%, getting a little bit of a relief from the cross-asset picture with moves muted, which feels like we haven't been able to say for a while.
Yeah, absolutely muted really across the board, no matter which asset class you look at. Coming up, UBS downgrades U.S. equities from attractive to neutral. They're no longer a buy. We'll discuss with Nadia Lavelle of UBS Global Wealth next. This is Open Interest.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bubble risks. Bank of America's Michael Hartnett warns that growing rate cut expectations are fueling an unsustainable surge into stocks. And as the U.S. edges closer to striking key trade deals, his view is that investor concerns are losing sight of the risk from tariffs and geopolitics. Let's discuss now with Nadia Lovell. She is Senior U.S. Equity Strategist at UBS Global Wealth Management. Nadia, great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So it was interesting to see this note from Bank of America, really striking a bearish tone when it seems like things are pretty good. You think about the good vibes coming from the administration when it comes to all trading partners, but specifically with China. You take a look at this morning's economic data. It seems like inflation is coming down as measured by spending and PCE. Where do you stand right now when it comes to the attractiveness of this U.S. market?
You know, we are now neutral on the market, and we've been so for the last few weeks. I mean, I think we can all, most of us can agree that this sharp recovery that we've had, this V-shaped recovery, is pricing in a lot of optimism. And so we think now the risk reward is a bit more balanced. We did participate in the rebound, but moved to a neutral a few weeks ago, because when you do think about it, some of those risks that you highlighted in terms of around trade, as well as a reconciliation bill, and all of these things have to come to a head at some point. That said, we're not negative on market. We still think that there's some things to do in the market and there are opportunities in the market. We just wouldn't be chasing at these levels. But I will say we would be buyers if we see any sort of pullback from here.
And we have seen, I mean, earnings estimates continue to climb, right? I think earnings estimates for the S&P 500 are at an all-time high now. Valuations are obviously pretty hefty as well. What kind of valuations would you want to put on this market?
I think where you see it right now, 22 times, where, you know, it's a bit stretched, but at the same time, you see the areas that are driving that upward move in valuation has been tech, and these companies are grown into their valuations multiple. We're not looking for much multiple expansion from here, though, but we do expect earnings to really drive growth from here. We are looking for about 6% earnings growth for this year, so 265. I think consensus is right around 264. Next year, the consensus EPS number for S&P seems a little bit high at 300. We think it's probably something around 285 or so, so that needs to come down a bit. But we do think that when you think about where markets can be in a year from now, that there's a bit more of a constructive outlook. We're looking for 6,500 on the S&P 500. Near term, probably more 6,200.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bloomberg Intelligence had a note out this morning noting that EPS has risen more than stock prices for S&P 500 companies. We haven't seen that since 2022, and in general, it's relatively rare to see that. So it seems like, at least on the fundamental basis of corporate America, things look okay.
Things look okay for now, but again, you know, there has to be some catch-up from the tariff standpoint. I don't think we've seen that flow through the economy yet. We haven't even seen it flow through inflation yet. We're starting to see some pickup in inflation from some of the scanner data, and we've heard from companies, overnight, including Nike, saying that they do expect to see a hit from tariff later in the year, $1 billion or so hit that can eventually pass through to the consumer. So I think it's the second half of the year that you're going to start to see that drag to earnings. Right now, things look okay, but it's not by any means an all clear.
All right. Go ahead.
Do we not have time? Or?
We have 30 seconds.
Okay, we're gonna keep you here. We're gonna hold you over. I'll hold my question.
I'm an equity person, so you can do that.
Well, this is exactly what I was gonna talk about, because you actually previously have focused on fixed income, right?
Yes.
In your former life. You cut your teeth on bonds, let's say. So we'll talk about the marriage between the two when we come back.
Just about 4 minutes to go until the opening bell. Nadia Lovell is sticking with us. We'll be back with all of the opening action. Up next, this is Open Interest.
Davos, you were asking a question of President Trump, and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups? What is the answer? I don't think he gave you a chance to really answer that question, but what is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, the Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country, all over the world. And so we bank everybody. But the real question was about overregulation, frankly. And so as you look, what's happened is because the interpretations of AML, anti-money laundering, BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, know your customer's customer. There's a lot of burden upon the banking system to both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis. And we have to close accounts, so we can't tell people why we did it. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area comes up in this discussion is in the crypto area where the regulator said you can't bank crypto operating companies, employees of crypto companies, et cetera. We are allowed to do, we bank everybody, but the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity. Ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten the authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller, and we could see a record today. I know I said that yesterday as well, but I did say, look, we have one more day this week to do it. Maybe today will be it. The S&P futures right now up almost 0.2%. And yesterday we were just pushing right up against that record at 61.41, and the closing record is 61.44. The NASDAQ has already hit and achieved an all-time record a couple of times this week. It's up again today, so we could see that again, and small caps are up as well. The Coatue Advisors people ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. They're launching a new ETF. the physical European carbon allowance trust ETF, which I haven't had time to dig into this yet, but I think it's interesting as all the private jets in the world descend on Venice for the Bezos wedding. It's a fascinating day to launch that ETF. Here is a SPAC, at JV SPAC, but you can see they're wearing Hotel 101 jackets at the NASDAQ market site, and the CEO of Hotel 101, with which they are combining, Hannah Lucino, joins us on Wednesday. So if you want to know more about that business, tune in at... will it be like 9:40?
It'll be sometime in the 9 a.m. hour. I don't know. Actually, it might be in the 10 a.m. hour. That's next week's problem.
Yes. Well, today's help, I guess, is coming partially from Nike.
Let's talk about Nike really ripping from this open. It was up about 10% pre-market, now looking at a gain of more than 13% as those bells officially open the market. Of course, they reported earnings after the close yesterday, predicting that their sales slump has finally bottomed. This would be a big win for new CEO Elliott Hill. His strategic moves seem to be paying off. I will note that Nike was down 32% in the year heading into yesterday's report, taking out a big chunk of that today. You can see gains even accelerating as I talk, Matt.
Yeah, really impressive gains there in those shares. Amazon is leading the gains of the Mag 8 stocks after getting an upgrade from BNP Paribas Exane. As I told you earlier this morning, it's now up 1.7% in the cash trade. The analyst at BNP Paribas sees some margin resilience at Amazon. We've all been so focused on how they pass on tariffs. Do they tell us about tariffs? Do they outline them on the website? No, Donald Trump would not have that, so Amazon won't do it. Let's get back to, I should say, Nadia Lovell of UBS Global Wealth Management. She's here on set with us. I was listening to Tom Keene on Bloomberg Surveillance, so I did a Tom Keene thing and dug through your bio, math and physics at Smith, MBA from Stern, and then I saw that you kind of cut your teeth on a fixed income desk, and I wanted to ask, what's your thought on the Fed? Because we've been watching Jerome Powell this week. There's been talk of a shadow Fed. We may see less independence from the next leader. A couple of board members have already been flipped by Trump, it seems. So,
auditioning, yes.
Yes. What do you think about the effect on equities? Is it as immediate as, you know, I think fixed income discounts out much further, right?
Yeah, you know, Fed independence is important. We saw a few weeks ago, obviously, the bond market didn't like when the president was threatening to fire Powell. Of course, the Supreme Court has stepped in to say you can't really do that. So it's important to maintain that independence for our overall capital markets when you think about it. So we think that that remains important. If you sort of see any lean into potential of the Fed becoming more politicized, it probably means that rates are going to go higher on the long end of the curve, and also that is going to have implications for equity market valuation. So which, as we talked about earlier, is pretty extended. I mean, right now we think that the Fed is going to stick to their guns. You know, there's several more Fed meetings before Powell actually steps down as chair. We're not looking for a rate cut in July. We're looking for the next rate cut to start in September. But again, this is going to be data dependent. It's going to be a wait and see mode. A lot is going to depend on what happens in the labor market. So we'll all be watching next week. There are some signs of weakness in the labor market, of course, when we're seeing continuing claims continue to pick up. And so we're looking for about 100 basis points of cuts for this year.
Well, this year, because there's not much left in this year.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
When you think about it, right? So that will be September, and then every meeting for the rest of the year, practically, you expect to see 25 basis points of cut. Now, reality is inflation data, like so far this year, has been pretty well behaved and on pace to target, but there has to be a pickup around tariffs. Now, if you think about it, when you look at the SEP, for core PCE, the Fed is sort of, expected a pickup in that 60 basis points so far this year, but yet still maintaining that 50 basis points of cut. And the fact is that they have unemployment rate at 4.5%. We're not that far from that, is my point. And so it doesn't take much to get to that. And that's why now the labor market is back in the driver's seat. It's an indication that the Fed is willing to look through the temporary pickup in inflation from tariffs. And so you can get very quickly to 100 basis points if you think about what's happening in the labor market. That is starting to see some signs of slowdown. And so we'll see what comes in on payroll next week.
Yeah, fair point there, that it doesn't take much to get to 100. I want to go back to what you were saying about the politicization of the Fed, because there was reporting out this week that President Trump is thinking about naming his next Fed chair or his pick for the next Fed chair earlier than anticipated, maybe in the coming months or so. And you've seen traders in the market start to price in heavy easing come next May when a new chair would come into the Fed. And again, I hear what you're saying about politicization, but that looks like a pretty good bet. It seems like, you think about what is going to possibly happen, who he would like to have in the seat, and probably it's going to be a dovish person.
Now, when you think, it's about the data, right? So optics is important here as well. Reality is, if you had inflation that was starting to move back towards target before this tariff, right? Remember, tariff is a one-time thing, right? And so if you can get through the tariff, the pick up inflation from tariff this year, and next year we sort of get back to on that path towards that 2% target, then the cuts can be justified for next year, and it doesn't have to be a political thing, right? And we are looking for a slowdown in economic growth later this year, and the question is, does that translate into 2026 as well? So the data itself could justify cuts next year. So I wouldn't say that any cuts that come next year has to do with politics. I think the Fed is on the path back to cutting as we get later this year and into next year.
All right, Nadia, great to speak with you on this Friday. Really appreciate your time. That is Nadia Lovell of UBS Global Wealth Management, talking about rate cuts through the rest of this year and potentially next year. But let's talk about today, and let's talk about this equity market, because we are on record watch for the S&P 500. You take a look at the setup right now. If we close at these levels, it will be a fresh all-time high for the big benchmark. Here's the setup. You can see that we have nearly 300 names in the green when it comes to the S&P 500. It's the names that you would like to see, too, the big ones: Amazon, Nvidia, Apple, Meta, Nike, too, getting in there as well, pushing this market higher. On the downside, though, you do have some heavy hitters. Palantir up top, that has been a recent winner. Not today, though, down about 3%. Tesla, JP Morgan, and Uber also moving to the downside. So a push and a pull here. Let's take a look at the sector level as well. You can see that we're looking over the past 5 days, because blissfully it is a Friday, and it's been a pretty good week when you take a look at the breadth on this market. Communication services has been in charge. We know a lot of that could be Amazon, but tech not too far behind. Consumer discretionaries and financials also catching a bid in this week. You take a look at what hasn't done too well: consumer staples, real estate, and energy. We've been keeping such a close eye on energy, Matt Miller, with what's going on in the Middle East. And you can see really a lot of that bid that went into the energy stocks had come out this week. Energy down by about 3.4%.
Yeah, it's been an incredible U-turn to watch, and then to see this complacency at the end of the week is pretty amazing. Coming up, we're going to talk about Amtrak, its plans to improve, including next-gen Acellas and a Mardi Gras service to the Big Easy. Can they do that if this Trump administration drastically reduces the amount of money it invests in this kind of transportation? This is Open Interest.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
After achieving records in both ridership and revenue, Amtrak is ready to invest $4.5 billion in some major upgrades. The problem is the Trump administration has proposed major cuts to subsidies for the Northeast Corridor. So how is that going to affect really Bloomberg clients and viewers who use this product so regularly? Joining us now to talk about that is Amtrak President Roger Harris. Roger, great to have you on. I know everybody in this office and certainly many of our terminal users and Bloomberg television viewers and Bloomberg radio listeners uses your product a ton because we're always going back and forth between Boston and New York and Washington, D.C. It's really important. How will the Trump administration affect what you're able to invest?
Well, thank you, Matt. And first of all, thank you for having us on today to talk about what's going on at Amtrak. As you said, we've had record ridership and revenue in the past year, in fact, in the last few years. And we've really seen that all across the country, not only in the Northeast Corridor, but also in places like Washington State, Oregon, North Carolina, Virginia. Even our new service in the Midwest between Chicago and the Twin Cities carried almost 250,000 customers in its first year. But specifically about the Northeast Corridor, our capital spending has increased between 2019 and this year from $800 million to $4.5 billion. And really, this is not so much a question of less money for the NEC, it's a change in the sources of funding for the projects that we're building. So traditionally, a lot of the Northeast Corridor investment was funded from the operating earnings on the service, and during COVID, Congress appropriated more money for the Northeast Corridor to help underwrite the operating losses that occurred then. And what we're seeing now in the FY26 budget is really kind of a return to what the normal balance is between operating earnings, funding some of the capital work on the Northeast Corridor,
right,
versus our annual appropriation.
Well, talk to us a little bit more about how you're going to make up for that. I hear what you're saying, that we're just going back to maybe pre-COVID levels when it comes to, the subsidies for the Northeast Corridor. But even still, where do you plan to find the funding sources to make up for that going away, basically?
Well, I think there are two ways to think about this. One is what I said, which is the increase in operating earnings. So that's, hundreds of millions of dollars a year that goes towards these projects. But the other thing to think about is that the split in our appropriation from Congress that talks about the Northeast Corridor versus the national network isn't about where the assets exist so much as it is the types of trains. So there are trains in the national network that come from states like Pennsylvania and Virginia that operate on the Northeast Corridor, and the operation of those trains contribute, the funding in that appropriation contributes to the reinvestment on these assets. So it's not quite a perfect alignment between which account the assets are funded from and where the trains are operated.
There seem to be a lot of projects that Bloomberg's reporters here are focused on. We got some brilliant questions from Ted Mann, so shout out and thank you to him. The Frederick Douglass Tunnel in Baltimore is one that the Republicans are making a lot of noise about, potentially changing that project. Is that going to go through? The Susquehanna Bridge in Maryland needs to be replaced, the Connecticut River Bridge. Are all of these projects that we're so focused on going to continue to be funded?
Yes, one of the things, Matt, that's going on is we're working with the administration and trying to understand where there's a lot of common ground on these projects, because it's been made really clear to me and to the other members of Amtrak management that the administration is really interested in us running an efficient, reliable service and building great infrastructure. So you mentioned the Connecticut River Bridge, which we're building up near Old Saybrook in Connecticut. Just a few weeks ago, we got the grant for funding that project obligated by the administration, and they were very clear on the fact that they want to get that built. We continue to talk to them about the Frederick Douglass Tunnel, and we're working on ways to reduce the total project cost. And we've come up with a lot of good ideas, and we're working through them with them. We also had a project in Newark, New Jersey, the Dock Bridge, where we came up with some great ideas on how to reduce the total cost of the project, and we got a good shout out from the administration. So I would say that the challenge here is finding out where the common ground is, and there's a lot of that, there really is, and getting the projects built.
Last month I made the mistake of trying to take a plane when I needed to travel to Virginia. It ended in tears and pretty much a lost weekend. And the next week, I was smart enough to take the train instead. It's a far better way to travel when you don't want to sit in the airport for 9 hours and then find out that your flight is finally canceled. Are you able to take advantage of the chaos that U.S. airlines cause in travel, because it's just so much easier and more reliable to take the train?
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. We look at the amount of traffic that we compete with the airlines on, and that's not really our primary focus.
Okay,
we want to get people out of their cars. What we want to make sure we do is that we have a reliable service and that we communicate with our customers. We have great new Acela trains. I don't know if you want to talk about that right this minute, but we have brand new Acelas that we are, in the final steps of getting approved. I think you heard that from us before, but we are extremely close now. Got the final approvals from the Federal Road Administration earlier this week. That's one more step in improving the reliability and the comfort of the product for the end customer. So I really see us stepping up our competitiveness with the airlines.
Roger, we have less than a minute here, but I want to talk about that a little bit more, because you compare Amtrak to the airlines. For airlines, I mean, you think about a fully booked first class, in many cases that would subsidize the rest of the plane. Have you considered going ultra high end when it comes to what Amtrak offers on the higher end? Have you considered, modeling luxury train travel in Europe?
Well, we've looked at it briefly, but really we see that our core mission is to deliver transportation to the American people. We're probably not the best people to be delivering that kind of very bespoke, very sort of limited product. We want to make sure that we focus the benefits of the money that the government invests in us in touching as many potential customers as possible.
All right, Roger, really appreciate your time. That is Amtrak President Roger Harris, and this is Open Interest.
geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Well, today is the annual Russell Reconstitution Day. After the market close, FTSE Russell will rebalance its indexes, adding the likes of Brookfield Asset Management and On Holding to its large cap Russell 1000 index. Trading volumes are expected to surge at the close, given that funds with trillions of dollars track Russell indexes. Let's discuss more with Catherine Yoshimoto. She is Director of Product Management at FTSE Russell. Great to have you with us. Last year on the annual Reconstitution, we saw record trading volume. Should we expect the same this day?
I think the street is predicting roughly the same amount as last year. It's hard to say until we actually get to the close. We are keeping a close eye on it, but again, largely expected to be similar to last year.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the changes that are being made. You know, I mentioned that you have Brookfield, you have On Holding added to the Russell 1000, and it's interesting. It seems like you have a lot of names that are graduating up from your smaller cap indices to the large cap grouping.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is typical of any reconstitution. We see graduations from the Russell 2000 to the Russell 1000 as the companies get bigger, but also companies from the Russell 1000 dropping down. We do have a band in place to make sure we're not, causing unnecessary turnover due to small changes around the breakpoint. Between the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000, the breakpoint's held steady, roughly at 4.6 billion compared to last year. It's around the same. What is interesting is we saw the biggest names continue to get bigger. Apple regained its #1 position as the largest company as of this year's rank day, which was April 30. But we did also see smaller companies entering the index toward the bottom of the Russell 2000. So there is a interesting divergence of company sizes, but this is actually fairly normal in terms of our Russell reconstitution and why we regularly reconstitute the indexes.
I'm curious what you do from like an investor relations perspective to minimize the volatility of these reconstitutions and rebalancings, because it does seem like we've seen less and less volatile moves, and now I know you're moving to semi-annual rebalancing in 2026.
That's correct. So since 1989, we've had an annual reconstitution. Originally, Russell indexes were reconstituted quarterly, then semi-annually, and then this will be our 37th annual reconstitution. That's because investors, index users largely want less turnover. They don't want to see as much change in the benchmarks. Now, I think what is behind, some of the feedback to go to a semi-annual reconstitution from next year, we're going back to twice a year, adding a November reconstitution, is some of these changes that are happening, but also the growing trade volumes at the close of Russell Recon. You alluded to record flows last year, volumes. We did hit a record last year, $220 billion, and the trade at the close of Reconstitution has been above $100 billion for the last 5 years. So, that was one of the primary reasons, actually, from a risk mitigation standpoint. Right. To have a second reconstitution, but we are largely known as a well-telegraphed, transparent index provider in terms of the Russell U.S. indexes. The rules are transparent. We, our rank day was April 30th. We made our preliminary announcements on May 23rd, and so that gives you a long lead time for the markets to prepare for the event that's happening today, June 27th at the close. So about a month, right?
All right,
so
Catherine.
That gives stability.
Got to leave it there. Really appreciate your time. That is Catherine Yoshimoto of FTSE Russell. And tune into ETF IQ on Mondays at 12 p.m. New York time. And just as importantly, you can read all about the ETF industry in my weekly newsletter. That is Bloomberg.com/ETF IQ newsletter, Matt Miller.
What a fun hour.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I hope we get Roger Harris back again because I didn't realize how interested I was personally in Amtrak.
That is the best kind of interview to do.
And I feel like the whole newsroom kind of chimed in as well.
Yeah.
Everybody cares about taking the train. Coming up in the next hour, everybody cares about Kate Moore. We have her on as well, Citi Wealth Chief Investment Officer, why she thinks markets are not priced for evolving.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turns a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hardern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Supreme Court is expected to announce the final 6 decisions of its term any minute now. Correspondent Jan Crawford is in Washington with one of the most anticipated.
I think the biggest case is about President Trump and centers on challenges to his executive order targeting birthright citizenship. Now, this is not a case about the merits of birthright citizenship, but instead it focuses on the power of federal judges, whether one federal judge can dictate policy for the entire country. country by issuing these broad nationwide injunctions.
Others deal with requiring age verification for accessing online porn. Another, what kids learn in class.
We have got a big case from Maryland on whether parents with deeply held religious beliefs can opt their elementary school-age children out of lessons that feature storybooks that embrace gender identity and LGBTQ themes.
As his self-imposed deadline of the 4th of July approaches, President Trump is zeroing in on his tax cut and spending bill, the one he calls big and beautiful. CBS's Weijia Jiang is at the White House.
For Republicans, it's tricky. There are some fiscal hawks who say it is simply too expensive and there needs to be more cuts. And there are some moderates who are really worried about tougher restrictions on benefits when it comes to things like food stamp programs, like SNAP and Medicaid. And so there's a lot of internal conversation.
The USNS Harvey Milk, named for California's first openly gay politician, is now the USNS Oscar V. Peterson. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says they're taking the politics out of ship naming, opting to pay tribute to the man at the helm when the USS Neosho came under attack by the Japanese in the Battle of the Coral Sea during World War II. He died in battle. Milk served in the Korean War, but had to leave the service because of his sexuality or face court-martial. Sean Combs' defense team is expected to make its final case at closing arguments in New York today, following a decision not to have the rap mogul testify in his sex trafficking case. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
They're going to use it as a show of confidence, that they really made their case by cross-examining the prosecution's witnesses, and that they feel enough reasonable doubt was cast on these charges that they didn't need to put someone on the stand.
Anna Winter out as longtime editor-in-chief at Vogue, but she's not going far. CBS's Adriana Diaz.
The 75-year-old told staff she's focusing on global roles with Condé Nast and Vogue as the magazine seeks a newly created head of editorial content.
S&P's just hit a new record high. Right now it's up 31. This is CBS News. The San Francisco Giants plan to erect a Barry Bonds statue outside their ballpark.
756! Bonds set the career home run record as a Giant. In a radio interview, the team CEO said a statue for Bonds is on the radar, but there's no exact location or date yet. The Giants retired Bonds' number 25 jersey in 2018. The Giants already have 5 statues outside Oracle Park: Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Juan Marichal, Gaylord Perry, and Orlando Cepeda, all Hall of Famers. Bonds is not in the Hall of Fame because he allegedly used steroids. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Teenage girls will have a new place to help them dream of going where no man or woman has gone before. In January, the Nichelle Nichols Foundation will launch a weekend space camp for 14 to 18-year-old girls at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. It was inspired by the Star Trek actress who died 3 years ago at the age of 89. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies. Are people just too exuberant out there?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, good Friday morning. We are no longer in the Bloomberg
We are
studios
not.
in New York City. We're at the home of Michael Loeb out here in Southampton, Long Island. Way out. I mean, we're.
I've already walked the beach. I'm just going to tell you.
Exactly. So Carol Master and I, we are here at Michael Loeb's annual Uncharted Summit here. This is where they get about 500 to 600 entrepreneurs and funders together and talk about ideas, talk about how to get ideas funded and how to get them off the ground and how to even exit some of these deals. So we're going to be talking with a lot of these smart people, Carol, coming up over the next couple hours.
I think it's great. Michael actually stopped by just a few minutes ago and just talking about the importance of entrepreneurs, small business, what they are to the U.S. economy. So he's going to share some of that insight and why it's so important, especially when we've got so much going on geopolitically, macro. We know there's a lot of headlines. We see them coming in terms of Supreme Court decisions. Arjun Grosso is going to be all over that over the next couple of hours, but also just tie in against the people that are here, what's going on in terms of trade deals being done, right? And some economic news. Consumer sentiment numbers a little bit weaker today. So, you know, we're all kind of gearing towards maybe the Fed moving faster than slower in terms of rate cuts. So we've got some great conversations. In fact, Michael Loeb is going to be here in just a moment. We'll kick it off with him.
Just a couple of moments with Michael Loeb. So that's going to be great. So we got a lot of smart conversation coming up. We'll stay on top of these markets. Right now, let's go to Lisa Mateo and get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa.
You got it. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR Financial Advisors. Switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges and no conflicts of your interest. You can learn more at ibkr.com/RIA. Well, we've got stocks extending their advance toward all-time highs. I want to start with the S&P 500. The level 6,175, up about 34 points, 0.5%. The Dow up 0.7%, 326 points, 43,713. The Nasdaq up 0.5%, 113 points at 20,281. This all comes after more economic data. Consumer spending declined in May by the most since the start of the year. Core PCE rose 0.2%, slightly more than expected, but close enough to the Fed's 2% target rate to kind of keep up those hopes for any early rate cuts by the Fed. And consumer sentiment climbing higher than expected from a survey of 60.5 to 60.7 as inflation expectations kind of improve. Nike shares, they are running higher. They're up about 15%. It predicted a sales slump had bottomed out, even though it did say it expects tariffs to raise its annual cost by about $1 billion. Shares of Nike's European rivals rallying. Adidas up more than 3% and Puma up more than 5%. And finally, Toyota sales driving higher, reaching a third straight monthly record on May. Strong demand for hybrid vehicles in the U.S., Japan, and China. Its shares are up about nearly 3% in Japan. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Carol.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you. Back there at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Do want to mention, of course, we've got Supreme Court decisions crossing the Bloomberg. And the Supreme Court just moments ago getting this headline partially siding with President Trump in the citizenship case. And this has to do with birthright citizenship limits. And this has certainly been a big thing that the president has been going after. And so we got some ruling on that.
We do get a ruling. We have some more follow-up news on that as well.
And we should just say that this would basically limit birthright citizenship. It's a move that would affect thousands of babies that are born each year. That, you know, is basically a major shift in kind of what's been in the U.S. Constitution. This is a big deal.
I know. This is a big deal because I think, you know, over the generations of families have kind of, I guess, benefited from that. One could argue for generations. So this is going to be a major churn. So we'll have to see how the full ruling really looks like and what the Supreme Court is actually opining upon.
And as we said, partially sides. So the devil's in the details. June Grosso is going to be with us over the next couple of hours. Right now, though, I want to get back to the markets. I think we've got another record on the S&P.
Let's get a look at some of the stocks on the move here. We can do that with Nora Melinda back in New York. Nora, what do you have for us?
Well, speaking of a record, we've got stocks in the green this morning, and I'm keeping an eye on Estee Lauder. That's ticker EL. We're seeing the stock higher after HSBC raised the stock to buy from hold and lifted its price target to $99 from $80. It's saying that investor interest is growing in the stock on hopes of stabilization in China, American resilience, and weakness in the U.S. dollar. They're even seeing the stock potentially doubling earnings between now and June 2027, Paul.
All right, so Estee Lauder is certainly one that's been on our radar for a while. We know that that company has been looking to make some changes, iconic in that world, in the certainly in the cosmetic world. You're also looking at Boeing. What's going on? Ticker, of course, is BA.
Yes, ticker BA for Boeing here. Of course, we know this is the company that has really been in focus in recent months, especially with all the issues that they've been having going on. But we're seeing Rothschild & Co. Redburn actually upgrading the company to buy from neutral. They're saying that their confidence has improved despite what the street has been feeling about the stock as of late, as we're really seeing this company trying to recoup some of its losses from last year. They're saying that Boeing is about to transition to a new phase where it delivers on expectations. They're saying that improvements are making the company appear a lot healthier, and they believe that its existing forecast will see a level of upside to its existing forecast that is of a greater magnitude than any potential downside here, Carol.
Yeah, it's interesting. Boeing is like such a great story. I mean, it's been a great story for the last 2-3 years. I'm looking at it, Paul. It's up almost 18% year to date. So I feel like there are expectations among investors that they're kind of finding their way back.
Finding it.
Finally.
You talk to George Ferguson at Bloomberg Intelligence. He tells you it's all about the deliveries of the 737 MAX. That's the cash flow part of the company. And that's something that the street is expecting to see some improvement here. How about CoreWeave, Nora? What do you have there?
Yeah, we're seeing CoreWeave shares that are also in the green this morning, but I've got eyes specifically on Core Scientific, and that's because, which is a data center operator, it's in discussions, according to the Wall Street Journal, with CoreWeave. CoreWeave is in discussions to buy Core Scientific. They're saying that the deal could potentially be hammered out in the coming weeks, but of course we know CoreWeave actually did reach out with talks trying to buy the company earlier on for about $1 billion. So it'll be interesting to see if this actually holds, but we're seeing shares of Core Scientific down about 12% as of yesterday's close, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not this moves the companies at all.
God, that feels like there's movement finally in terms of companies. Nora, Melinda, thank you so much. Some of the stocks on the move on this Friday. There's stuff happening, and there's stuff happening when it comes to economic news. Some weakness in consumer sentiment numbers today.
Yeah, let's check in with Michael McKee. He covers all the economic stuff here for Bloomberg Television. Michael, what do you have for us today? What are we seeing out there that we need to pay attention to, that maybe the Fed needs to pay attention to?
Well, if you're going to talk about the Fed and make them the arbiters of what's important here, we're not going to really care too much about the Michigan sentiment numbers. They come in stronger than expected slightly, which is sort of in contrast to what we saw with the conference board numbers. But basically, we don't know how much of this is picking up what happened with the Iran-Israeli issue over the past week or so. The number that matters today is real spending. The spending numbers out this morning, the nominal number down 0.1%, and if you adjust that for inflation, consumer spending was down 0.3%. And the concern has been at the Fed that all of the things that are happening, the president's chaos in economic policy at this point, might lead people to pull back on their purchases. Some economists are also pointing to the Fed maybe being too tight, but it does seem that consumers have slowed down. We saw in the GDP numbers yesterday, the revision to the first quarter numbers, that consumer spending was revised significantly lower in the first quarter. So now that makes it harder to gain a lot in the second quarter, and it does look like that's something the Fed is going to have to keep their eye on at this point. The inflation numbers slightly higher in that report, the PCE inflation numbers, but not enough that it would lead the Fed to need to raise rates. It just keeps them sidelined longer.
You know, Mike, you keep us honest, and you always remind us when there's one bad report or one really good report, it's one report. But it does feel like the more reports that are showing a slowing in the U.S. economy, they're building up. I mean, is it fair to say that we're seeing some momentum that really does indicate to a U.S. slowdown?
Well, we are and we aren't. I mean, we're seeing mixed pictures here because we got durable goods yesterday, and the core group for durable goods, the part that goes into GDP as sort of business spending, rose fairly significantly, 1.7%. So businesses were spending some money. If you look beneath the hood, it depends on the category of spending. A lot of machinery type purchases, not a lot of computers and electronics. But the Fed doesn't have a good measure yet. The debate over whether to do something in July is probably ended by this number, or it may be by the July 15th CPI number. But September is kind of the base case now for everybody, and that's because we'll get 3 CPI reports, 2 more PCE inflation reports by the time we get to the September 17th meeting. So it's really gonna, we're gonna get the idea of whether this is a trend or not, Carol, as we go through July and August and get the June, July, and August numbers.
So, Mike, as the Fed weighs, as it typically does, the labor market with inflation, is anyone, either of those two, kind of have the upper hand here, have maybe the most attention of this Federal Reserve at the moment?
It kind of swings back and forth. The inflation numbers that we're going to get next month on the 15th, you're probably not going to see a huge tariff impact because a lot of the tariffs haven't been put on yet. But we will look sector by sector to see if the tariffs on particular goods are raising prices, and then the Fed will be more concerned with that. But they're also looking at the unemployment rate as a leading indicator of whether the economy is slowing down significantly, because companies control what they can, and what they can is their expenses. So if we see unemployment start to rise, that's another warning signal. Now, higher inflation and higher unemployment tell the Fed to do 2 different things. So we have to see which one moves the most, the fastest.
All right. So I got to say, I sat in a restaurant last night, and I was the only one person there. Maybe it was Thursday night, maybe it's Thursday night, maybe it's early in the season. But I am wondering if things are slowing down to some extent.
Yeah, all right, I'm going to give you the perspective of the Jersey Shore. They ain't slowing down.
A lot going on?
A lot going on. I'm going to be driving there at some point today, so I'm expecting full traffic on the Garden State Parkway. But I'll tell you,
Take you only like 5 hours.
The Jersey Shore has got nothing in terms of traffic and like getting out to here. These people are serious on the Long Island Expressway, man. Yeah. That is some serious summertime traffic.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic. I guess I bring this up because, Mike, there's a story in the Bloomberg. Economists see next U.S. recession starting in 2027. We've just got about 20 seconds left here. I mean, recession anywhere on your radar?
It's out there as a sort of a thundercloud on the horizon, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's moving in. That's the way I put it now.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it feels like it. All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Michael McKee, he is our economics guru for Bloomberg Radio and Television. We are here at Michael Loeb's home in the Hamptons. We're coming back in just moments. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We've got stocks advancing. This is as the U.S. moves closer to trade deals with China and other major trading partners. We'll start with the S&P 500 up 0.5%, 35 points at 6,176. The Dow up 0.7%, 317 points at 43,704, and the Nasdaq up 0.6%, 127 points at 20,294. The 2-year yield 3.73%, up 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year 4.26%, that's up 1 basis point. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is little change. We have Bitcoin down 1% at just above 106,000. Shares of Microsoft, they're little changed right now, but we did have a report from the information that said its AI chip efforts are falling behind as it's taking a little bit longer than expected to design them. Microsoft has really been trying to reduce its reliance on NVIDIA. And speaking of which, NVIDIA shares, they rallied back to a record following a drop earlier this year. You remember that due to China's DeepSeek. Well, its shares are up about 1%. Analysts say it's close to becoming the first company to reach a $4 trillion market cap. And Palantir signed a $100 million deal to build AI tools for nuclear development. That's according to Defense Chief Mike Gallagher. And another update on more Supreme Court rulings. It's partially sided with President Trump in that birthright citizenship case. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Carol.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Carol Massar, Paul Sweeney, we're live here at the home of Michael Loeb out here in Southampton, New York, at the annual Uncharted Summit, where they get together a whole bunch of entrepreneurs, funders, and they talk about creating business, creating value. We're joined right now by our co-host, Michael Loeb, founder and CEO of Loeb.nyc, and Noah Friedman, CEO of Uncharted. Gents, thanks so much for joining us. Got the light blue and the dark blue. We're looking solid here at Hampton's Casual. I got my sport coat. It's my best effort I can do. Michael, talk to us about what this conference is about. What do you guys really look to do here?
So we're not going to talk about your wardrobe.
We're not going to go there.
He's got great loafers on, though.
It looks amazing. He does. Check box. This is, yeah, somebody dressed you in the morning.
Exactly.
So what the intention is that Noah and I started building Uncharted about 4 years ago. It was in the teeth of COVID, when nobody was getting together with anybody else, and we started having dinners at my house in the city, and was very popular. And what the thesis is that entrepreneurs need as much support as they can get, including emotional support. And the best way to do that is put entrepreneurs in a room with other entrepreneurs. And they are, as a class, they drive the economy, drive jobs, drive wealth, and yet they're, I think, underappreciated. And as a serial entrepreneur myself, and actually one or two things worked, I'm, very empathetic, and just with all the miles on the tires, I am kind of the senior statesman by definition, right? This is a young guy's game. I say that I have the privilege of working with people half my age and twice as smart. I used to say that. Now it's 3 times as smart and 1/3 my age. But that was the intention, and it's grown to a tribe of maybe 2,500 entrepreneurs, of which about a third of them show up to this. So we will have about 800 today.
Noah, come on in on this. You're the CEO of Uncharted too, right? And so we're seeing things being set up. There's going to be a lot of great conversations and speakers going on. Tell us what it's been grown into and what kind of conversations are going to be happening later on.
The common thread of everything that we've done at Uncharted since the first dinner on May 20th, 2021, and I'll never forget it, is
Was it just you two, by the way?
Just us two at dinner? Yeah, it was just us two. We just sat and talked for 4 hours, and here we go.
No, we also held hands.
We did hold hands the whole time. Yeah, it was very romantic. No, we had about 20 entrepreneurs around the table, kind of 8 of each of our friends, and then a couple others, if you will. Look, the common thread of every single event we've done, whether it's our dinners or the past 3 summits or the breakfast we've done, has always been trying to create safe spaces for real entrepreneurs, founders, exceptional participants in the entrepreneurial community, as we say, to truly drop their guard, drop their hair, and trust that they're in an environment where they can speak openly and honestly. Any entrepreneur or anyone who's building and really doing it, the real ones, hopefully this will resonate when they hear it. It is really effing hard. It's very hard to build businesses. It's really hard to play this game at the high level. And I think if we can offer a rare environment where people can feel like they are amongst their true peers, where they can really drop their guard and connect with people in a place where no matter who you go talk to, they're all going to be exceptional. It's special. And so we've really tried to guard the energy. We've really tried to keep the sanctity of the fact that if you come to an Uncharted event, you're going to meet someone amazing. And that's really been the common thread.
I just want to say, like, it's a reminder that, like, Google, Apple, all of these companies that are now, you know, the biggest market caps that are out there and that we talk about, and, you know, all the time. I mean, they all started as an idea, an entrepreneur. And that's the point.
Yeah.
100%.
And if you look at kind of success rates and everything else, if you're an entrepreneur, if you really knew all that stuff, why would you do this?
Yeah.
Right? Because the failure rate is incredibly high. Hours are incredibly long. The pay, you know, is dreadful until it's not, until you have a big score. But the number of big scores is very, very small. And there's so many forces and so many, you know, so many exogenous things that are, you know, anti-entrepreneur, that we wanted to have a sanctuary here that other entrepreneurs can meet other entrepreneurs. And Noah, you're fond of saying that not a week or two goes by where we don't get a phone call saying, I met my co-founder here 2 years ago.
Yep, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Noah, what are the areas that are of most interest to entrepreneurs today? Is it technology? Is it healthcare? Are there certain industries that are getting most of the attention?
Look, I think the obvious buzzword that you can't go too far in any of the news cycles that are hearing is AI. And I think that unlike other cycles that have come and went and entered the zeitgeist and left, this one feels very real. I can tell you that amongst all my friends, whether they're in CPG, health tech, pure AI, deep tech, what have you tech, and all of them are thinking explicitly about how AI is going to impact their business if they're not already in it, how they're going to get into it. So I think we're certainly going to talk about that a lot today. I think it's top of mind for a lot of people. The movement is real. I think that the implications and repercussions are unclear how it's going to land right now, but everybody's thinking about it, and they should be.
But I think it's unclear, but it's going to be broad.
It's going to be broad.
Yeah, it's going to be broad. And you mentioned cycles. I've been around for a few. This reminds me of the late 90s where the internet happened, and we had a lot of false starts 2-3 years ago. Everybody was talking about NFTs, before that blockchain, before that cannabis, before that, you know, something else. But this feels like another eruption. This feels like another advent of the internet, one that we haven't had in 30 years.
Yeah.
On the same level, no doubt about it, or even more.
I think on the same level.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's hard to project and predict, but I had breakfast with a heroic entrepreneur a couple of days ago. He has built a business now worth $1.8 billion. And over breakfast, he says, I have 270 people by year end. It's going to be 120.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
I would add to that, if I may. Sorry, I think that there's this interesting tension with AI right now, where I think Michael's right, and I would even argue that I didn't live through the late '90s period of seeing it at least.
Okay,
Thank you for reminding me.
done.
All right, let me see. Thanks for having me, guys. If you know, but I think in
that
some ways,
and the letting your hair down type of thing. I mean, you know,
I'm just trying to take shots all day at this guy.
Why do you work with him?
I know, it's crazy. Everyone asks me that, but I think there's an inherent tension where I actually think it could be more disruptive, and at the same time, I do think that there's a lot of people who are betting big dollars on AI that are going to get wiped out, because I think there's going to be an absolute power law dynamic here where a small select group of companies at the top end aggregate a ton of power and resource. I also think it's going to be a barbell where on the bottom end, you know, I've invested personally in companies that have like 2 or 3 people on the team and have rocketed to millions in ARR because they're able to get 10x productivity if it's a killer founder. So I think there's a barbell thing happening right now where the killer founders who actually know how to leverage resources are going to crush it, as are the big businesses.
Well, because of that and what AI can do, generative AI and so on, I mean, does it give entrepreneurs even more opportunities to start up? We talked about that after the pandemic. Basically, create a website and you can go.
100%.
And then maybe that's simplifying things. But does AI kind of have a multiplier effect, too, on entrepreneurial activities?
Without a doubt.
I think that's
and opportunities.
right. I think that's right. And if you just look at what has happened over the years, you know, it used to be that if you built a business, a brand new business in the internet, you needed hundreds of people.
Right.
And now that's really compressed to just a few. But to Noah's point, there's going to be winners and there's going to be a lot of losers. And it's very hard to predict.
Michael, talk to us about monetization. I'm not seeing a lot of IPOs. I'm not seeing a lot of M&A. How do these great entrepreneurs monetize the value they've created?
That's a great question. I would say that everything you just mentioned is part of a cycle, and we're just in that type of cycle where everything is a little bit bollocksed up. But you know, we're going to be on the other side of that, and there's going to be some great companies built, and there's going to be some great flameouts. A lot of people are going to lose a lot of money, and then there's going to be a few that are going to be extraordinarily successful. But to your point, we can build it now with, instead of 300 people, 3. And there's been predictions that there's going to be a unicorn with all of 3 people.
Seriously?
Yeah,
I buy that.
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. And we've started to see IPOs actually in general come to market, and it's a much more favorable market. I got to ask you, I think we'd be remiss, of the macro that's going on and different policies in the world being upended in geopolitics. What does that do for the entrepreneur who's trying to, you know, we know it can be lean and mean in the beginning when it comes to a startup. What about some of these macro issues? What would be more helpful to them? What kind of environment?
Well, anything that helps with capital formation, anything that kind of reduces regulation. I was hopeful that this administration would attack some of that stuff, and maybe not tariffs. But anyway.
It's still early.
It's still early. We're here now. They are very active and very proactive, and I'm just hopeful that what you really want to give is entrepreneurs just charter. I mean, let them do their thing as much as you can. And our hope is, by the way, that this environment, believe it or not, will put a dent in that world, right? That they will find support here in many different ways.
Well, I always think it's kind of amazing how much time we spend, and obviously this is our world, right? The publicly held markets, right? This is what we track, you know, all the movements, but we talk constantly about the importance of small business and startups in terms of the backbone, and I just think it kind of gets lost a little bit.
Yeah, I do think, though, that you're going to see AI upend just about every industry, and I think those big companies are going to find themselves woefully behind, and they're going to have no choice but to make some acquisitions.
Well said.
Yeah.
Noah, capital, is it out there for entrepreneurs today?
It is, but I think that you're seeing an interesting dynamic with the VCs and private equity, that they're chasing a lot of trends almost blindly. You know, the fact that right now there are really good businesses that don't have the word AI that are struggling to raise money, whereas there's other businesses that have a deck and pre-seed and barely an idea and are raising money at $50 million pre-money valuations, I think is indicative of what's going on.
Yeah, we saw venture raise. It's been really difficult.
It's been very difficult unless you're a credentialed AI founder, have a good idea in the AI space, because there's a lot of VC funds chasing ideas, and I think some of them will work, but the unfortunate reality is I think a lot of them are going to get absolutely smoked because they can't all work, especially not at $50 million pre. So to answer your question directly, sure, there's capital out there. I wish there was more. I wish there was more going to more ideas that were based just on meritocracy and their actual traction versus the notion that they have AI in it. As bullish as I am on AI and investing in it personally, to be abundantly clear, but it's an interesting moment right now. Very interesting.
I will only add that is not too much different than what we've always seen.
True.
There's always been the bright, shiny object, and the investors feel like they got to follow that.
Did he really start working for you in high school?
Kind of. Yeah.
Jesus, fantastic.
Got to start him young.
Yeah, got to start.
We'll talk about that off air.
Exactly right. Michael Loeb, thank you so much. Michael Loeb,
sir.
founder, CEO of Loeb.nyc, and Noah Friedman, CEO of Uncharted. Thank you, gentlemen, for having a great conference today. I hope you get a lot of great ideas are circled about and a lot of great deals.
Thanks for having us.
Done. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Today is a big day for the Supreme Court. A handful of rulings coming down. Let's go right to our expert. We have an expert, June Grasso, Bloomberg Law host, and she has a guest. I'm going to break down some of these rulings here. June, what do you have for us today?
Thanks so much. So basically, one of the biggest cases of the term, perhaps the biggest case, has been decided by the Supreme Court. They divided down ideological lines 6-3 and ruled that individual judges don't have the authority to grant nationwide injunctions. So limiting the power of individual judges to issue those nationwide injunctions, which have come under fire from both sides of the aisle. And they granted a partial stay of President Trump's request to block lower courts from issuing universal injunctions. This was in the case involving birthright citizenship, but they didn't touch on the birthright citizenship issue. Joining me is a constitutional law expert, Harold Krent, a professor at the Chicago-Kent College of Law. So, Hal, they went through hundreds of years of legal history. Why did they come to this decision?
Well, the narrow ruling was that Congress did not confer authority on courts to issue these nationwide injunctions, but only to give relief to the parties before them. Obviously, if it's a large class action, then the entire class action can be benefited. But according to the majority's reading of history, which is contestable, that the equity jurisdiction of the courts never extended that far, and the court seemingly brushed to the side cases in the past where courts had issued nationwide injunctions. But again, I think the most important part is that the court did not in any way defend President Trump's view of birthright citizenship. That'll be decided, it has been decided against President Trump in many district courts, and my guess is it will continue to be decided against him. But it's incumbent now upon every plaintiff through a class action or other kinds of means to go to court to vindicate his or her rights.
And what's sort of ironic is that the Supreme Court has been cutting back on class actions in various ways through the years. The Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote the opinion of the court, and she said, the government's applications to partially stay the preliminary injunctions are granted, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff with standing to sue. So they're sending it back to the lower courts. I mean, what does she mean by that?
I think she just means that that each court is to determine who has standing, and there was another concurrence questioning whether third parties like states can sue on behalf of their citizens, and so it's incumbent then upon each court to decide who has standing to raise the birthright issue, and then an injunction is appropriate with respect to those people that have standing. I mean, the consequence to me is, what about a million-person strong class action? I think that is possible. That seems to me to be within the spirit of what the court is suggesting. And now the real battle, as you suggest, will be on whether you can have million-person strong class actions. I think you can under the precedence of the court, and I think that's probably will be the reaction to what the court has decided today.
And so how much of a win is this for the Trump administration?
I think it's a win not for the Trump administration per se, but for executive power. There's an imbalance of power between presidents, which can take actions nationally. And what the court is saying is, even though presidents can take action nationally through executive orders, as in this case, or through other means, that the courts cannot respond nationally to that kind of presidential initiative. So there is an imbalance now, and the shift towards presidential power is greater. I don't think it's per se a Trump administration victory, but it certainly is one for presidential power overall.
So the 6-3 decision, so 3 dissents from the 3 liberal justices. Why was this an issue that went down ideological lines? I mean, you can understand that in cases involving LGBTQ rights or things like that, but why here?
I think here, because in this sense, normally the correct course of action for the government to take would be to ask for a stay of the injunction while the case is being litigated. That is the typical response. The government didn't do that here on purpose, because to show a stay, one has to show to get a stay, one has to show a likelihood of success on the merits. And the government wanted to avoid having any kind of discussion of the merits because it has presumably because it has such a weak position in this case. So it took the other attack, instead of trying to get a stay, of saying that the injunction isn't valid from the beginning. And I think that is a sort of a very, obviously other jurisdictions, other governments, other administrations have railed against universal injunctions as well, such as the Biden administration. But I think this becomes then a conservative liberal because of the context of the case, seeing it's not a stay, but rather it's an unusual attack on judicial power from the outset. Plus, as the dissent said, equity means you have to be flexible. You have to evolve with changing conditions. And so this nationwide injunction becomes an important tool for the judiciary. So that becomes then a more conservative liberal divide.
So you're going to come back in about a half an hour, Hal. More Supreme Court opinions coming up, including the Supreme Court upholding the FCC's $8.6 billion telecom subsidy funds. Now we're going to go back to Paul and Carol, broadcasting live from Michael Loeb's annual Uncharted Summit. Paul and Carol.
All right, June, thank you so much. We appreciate that. June Grasso, Bloomberg Law host, speaking with Harold Krent, professor of law at Chicago-Kent College of Law, and also the book Presidential Powers on the Supreme Court decisions today. They keep coming fast and furious, and we'll have full reporting on that. Carol Master and Paul Sweeney live here at Michael Loeb's home out in the Hamptons. Right now, let's get a reset of this market. We'll go to Lisa Mateo back in New York. Lisa.
You got it in this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by IBKR. Will the median new home sale price exceed $450,000 in June 2025? The yes recently at 5%. Trade your prediction with IBKR Forecast Trader at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is July 24th. Well, we've got stocks rising to fresh all-time highs. The S&P 500 topping its February 19th closing peak. So let's get to the S&P 500, up 0.5%, 36 points, 6,177. The Dow up 0.7% at 43,724, and the Nasdaq up 0.5% at 20,286. The 2-year yield 3.75%. That's up 3 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.27%, and that's up 3 basis points. To commodities right now, we have Brent crude up 0.6%, and we have COMEX gold down more than 2%. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.1%. Some news on the trade front. We have the European Union, the U.S., they believe they can reach a trade agreement before the July 9th deadline. A few companies making news this morning. Blackstone buying $2 billion in commercial real estate loans from Atlantic Union. That's at roughly a 7% discount. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Atlantic Union shares, they're up about 1%. Blackstone up 1%. And the New York Times reporting Uber in talks with its co-founder to help fund his acquisition of Chinese self-driving firm Pony AI. Uber, they've been feeling the pressure from self-driving taxi services like Waymo. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Carol.
All right, got it, Lisa. Thank you so much. Lisa Mateo back there at Bloomberg headquarters. I'm Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. We are out in Southampton at Uncharted. We're at Michael Loeb's house. A lot of conversations going on among entrepreneurs and looking at the environment and what they are facing going forward. There's a lot of disruption and innovation going on. Someone who helps her clients kind of roll it all together and navigate some of those significant changes is Cheryl Grice. She is senior partner at the consulting giant EY, also global executive sponsor for the EY Entrepreneurial Winning Women Global Program, and she is here on site with us at Uncharted. Great to have you here. How are you?
Good. Excited to be here. I mean, you can't beat the view.
Well, this is your first one, and you have clients and you deal with them. Tell us what you are hoping to get out of this. What are the conversations you're looking to have?
Well, for us, we want to help our entrepreneurs really establish better community, better connections, and access to capital in particular. So events like this go a long way to helping them get scaled in a way that they can't do by themselves. This is like one event that brings it all together in such an amazing way.
How do you bring capital and entrepreneurial ideas and talent together? How does that happen?
How do you bring it together? Events like this have private investors, private equity, venture capital, bankers, etc., that are looking to find people that fit their mold for what they want to invest in. And so this is one-stop shopping for hundreds of entrepreneurs to come in and find access like that. And these companies are here for that.
You know what I never understand, Cheryl? We always talk about the world being awash in capital. You know, everybody's starting private credit funds. There's plenty of money out there. But why is it so tough for smaller business, for startups? What is it that makes it so tough?
I think you have to break down the startup and the population a little bit. I mean, we often say, and the statistics...
It's not one bucket, is what you're saying.
It's not one bucket. The statistics haven't changed. For example, only 2% of the world's venture capital goes to females.
Wow.
So when you can find an event like this and you can give them that kind of access where they can actually be ready, like we do a lot of work at EY to get them ready for those conversations so that they can ask for the capital in a way that the VC wants to provide that capital, or a private equity or a bank or a private investor. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and not all of the same populations. A lot of the populations are overlooked. They don't get that same kind of coaching and counsel to be able to find that capital, to be able to ask for it in a way that they'll get it.
Carol and I were just talking with Noah Freeman, the CEO of Uncharted. He was saying, boy, if you don't have AI in your name, it's tough to attract capital. It's almost like the late 90s. If you didn't have a .com at the end of your company's name, it's tough to raise capital. How are you guys seeing that part of the business?
Well, it's not just, it's so funny. There's such an evolution. You know, in the 2000s, it was the internet and e-commerce. And then you go to 2007 and to 2009, and it's all about social media and what are you doing, where everything is transacted from the palm of your hand. And now it's AI. AI's been around for a long time, but it's AI where how are you using agents and agentic and so forth. To us, digital is a growth engine, but inclusiveness is also a growth engine. So it's not just about digital, it's about the communities that you're getting to be able to bring digital to life. So it's relevant.
Well, that's really fascinating. You know, when you talk about women, you talk about minorities. And I want to go back to women for a moment, because I remember a few years ago, and maybe this was coming off the pandemic, Bloomberg putting out a story that even female venture capitalists weren't really, you know, more prone to maybe support female entrepreneurs. So again, how do we, is it an education? Like, I understand what you're saying about like educating entrepreneurs so that when they have to talk to the folks that have the money, like it's the right conversation, but how do we really finally move some of that, whether it's for minorities, for women, really move the needle on that? Because those are pockets of consumers and areas that can provide a lot of economic momentum, a lot of business.
To me, there are three gaps. At EY, we always say there's three gaps. There's, do they have the community necessary so that they can stick together in their growth agenda and find like-minded people that have been there before so that they can learn from those people? Then there's the capital that we've already talked about, and then there's the connections.
Yeah.
A lot of the connections are how do you educate yourself and get the right level of insight so that you can talk to a capital provider. Many people don't have that education. So for us, programs like the ones that we have, like Uncharted have, they're intended to help them get those connections and the insights necessary to get access to those things. VCs don't necessarily go after the underserved or overlooked populations because they just don't know how to communicate yet with the capital providers. Our job is to help them.
What is the real opportunity for you today? What do you think you're hoping to get together today?
I want to meet 30 more entrepreneurs that I haven't met and help them with their journeys. My goal is to get them the things that they need so that we're not on the sidelines. We're very much in the mix with them to get them to the next level.
Tell us, do we have time?
Yeah, we got a minute. We're good.
30 seconds, a success story.
A success story. We watched a female entrepreneur who was one of our winning women back in 2015 create an adult beverage company as a school teacher and sell it for undisclosed amount, but we're guessing it's over $1 billion.
Wow.
In the last year. So
that's a success story.
Yeah.
I just think it's important you reach out to different pockets, right? They're seeing different things where there are holes in the marketplace and stuff. Cheryl, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Grice, she is senior partner at EY, also global executive sponsor for the EY Entrepreneurial Winning Women Global Program, joining us from Uncharted.
Yeah, I'm looking back, I'm thinking like, what ideas are out there?
I know.
You know, when these people get together, what ideas are out there?
What couldn't be out? Ocean, sun?
Exactly. Just absolutely perfect. So this is where it happens.
It is. All right, folks, you're watching Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. More to come from Uncharted. Do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Carol Master, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in Southampton, New York, at the home of Michael Loeb, the Uncharted conference. A lot of smart entrepreneurs get together and swap ideas, swap stories, and hopefully make connections.
Yeah, exactly. Our conversations are going to continue in just a moment. Do want to mention another headline from the Supreme Court crossing the Bloomberg. U.S. Supreme Court saying public school parents have a right to opt out of classroom lessons that intrude on their religious beliefs, ruling that a Maryland county probably violated the Constitution with a program that uses LGBTQ-friendly books in the elementary school curriculum. Arjun Grasso continuing to break this down. You can read all about it, too, on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. We got to talk about a company that's on the move today, though.
Absolutely, Carol. Nike putting up some good results. The stock is up 15% here today. It's got a market cap of north of $100 billion. Poonam Goyal, she covers all the retailers for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us now. Poonam, the street likes what Nike had to say. What did you hear on their earnings?
Yeah, it kind of seems like we hit the bottom. So I think, there's only upside from here is what it seems like. The results weren't spectacular. Sales still fell 12%, but they're expected to fall mid-single digits in the first fiscal quarter, which was ahead of consensus. And it seems that things are working. The holiday order book is up. So, positive things going forward in still a choppy environment. We're not at positive sales. It's still going to take time, but I think we've hit the bottom.
Hey, Poonam, what is it, though? We were breaking it down with you last night after the earnings broke, and the stock was kind of bouncing around, and so obviously some stuff got clarified on the call with analysts and investors. What is it in particular did they say or say over and over again that kind of gave investors hope and saying that, okay, yeah, maybe the worst is over?
Yeah, the first thing is on the inventories. We spoke about yesterday, inventories were basically just flat, right? And you expected to see them down more. They talked a little bit about that, and they talked about how the order book is stronger heading into the holiday season. So that is why they're building up some of that inventory. They're continuing to clear out excess inventory of things like the Dunk, which they have too much of and they actually do want to get rid of. But then they're building inventory of new things, which are selling, which there is demand for. Store sales were positive. The holiday order book is positive. Those were really good indications as we move forward. And their guidance, of course, was better than expected. So I think all of that together just kind of sent the message that we're going up from here. Things are going to get better.
Poonam, what are they saying about the impact of tariffs either on their cost structure or on consumer demand?
Yeah, so tariffs definitely have an impact on their cost structure. We saw it in the margin guidance, which there's a 100 basis point hit from tariffs. It's $1 billion in additional cost. So there is definitely implications from that. They are able to offset a lot of it through price increases, internal efficiencies, supplier negotiations, but it's still going to hit the margin line. In terms of demand, it's not clear that it's actually pulled back any demand yet. And the way that Nike is strategically taking up these price increases, $5 on shoes that are over $100, no increase on kids, etc., I think their customer can absorb that without pushing back meaningfully unless things deteriorate in the consumer macro world from here onward.
Poonam, I got to tell you, Paul's got a pretty snazzy pair of loafers on. I'm just going to say, I love the color. They're pretty cool. I don't know if he has snowfurs yet from Nike, but I mean, these are not inexpensive. We talked about that last night too, and the resale of some of them going for like $500. I mean, this is a company that does continue to have the ability to innovate and really capture consumers and, really be a product in demand.
Yeah, you said it absolutely right. Nike just needs to innovate. It needs to bring performance product. It needs to bring style, more of it. It's not that they never did it. They did, but they just needed to continue to be at the cutting edge of it. And they're coming back to that. They're coming back to their roots. They're coming back to sports. They're coming back to innovation and being the brand that puts out the newness first. So I think this is one example of it. Clearly, it's not going to be, the shoe that's going to be made in, millions of quantity. So that's why you're seeing it on the resale platforms. But as long as they stay true to performance and sports, I think they will continue to do better.
Hey, Poonam, in the sneaker business, how important is the athletic endorsement, signing up the newest pro, that kind of thing? I think Cooper Flag, the number one draft pick in the NBA, Duke Red. Wondering if that's still a thing.
It is a thing. I mean, Nike definitely has the deep pockets to get the athletes that are already some of the biggest athletes. But when you think about the rookies or the ones that are coming up, if Nike could secure the best ones, it definitely helps them because they resonate and they connect better with shoppers. So creating a line for them or creating the shoe that they're wearing or their own shoe helps you connect with the shopper. And that's how some of these other rivals of theirs are making their mark and really taking shares. They're investing and they're getting these rookies and they're able to draw these connections that help them. So I do think endorsements in sports and getting the right athlete is still very, very important to the game and to any athleisure brand.
All right, Poonam Goyal, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Poonam Goyal, she covers all the retail companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based down there in Princeton, New Jersey. A great quarter from the perspective of the market. The stock's up 15%. It had been down, kind of on the year. So as Poonam suggested, it seems like the market's saying these guys have kind of hit bottom. They've kind of now have some runway to go. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Even with that bump up, as you said, 16% or so, it's still down about 4% year to date. Just shows you what it's been coming back on.
Yep. All right. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio and Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment. The S&P 500, the Dow, the NASDAQ, all higher on the day. We're going to have more from the Uncharted Conference, Southampton.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. Are people just too exuberant out there?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, Carol Master, Paul Sweeney. We are live in Southampton, New York, the Hamptons. Is what the kids call it. The House of Michael Loeb, the Uncharted Conference. This is a conference where Michael Loeb, a serial entrepreneur, brings together over 500 entrepreneurs, financiers, supporters, and great energy.
Having said that, Bill Harris is going to join us. He was former CEO of PayPal. I think was the original CEO. He ran TurboTax, Intuit. I mean, and this is a guy who created Personal Capital, turned that into like a $23 billion behemoth. So this is someone who really understands about fintech innovation and really starting a company, what it takes. So looking forward to see what he has to say.
And then on the other side of that, Carol, Brent Markinson, founder and CEO of Innovent Capital Group, on his panel that he's hosting here today, roadmap for your business exit. That's
liquidity
the big part of
events, right?
Exactly right. So we got a lot of smart people coming up. We're going to talk about the munis market as well because it is Friday. Right now, let's go to Amy Morris and get a Bloomberg Business Flash done in Washington, D.C.
All right, thank you, Paul. Stocks rose to fresh all-time highs after today's data eased some concerns about the impacts of tariffs on the economy, hoping that the U.S. is moving closer to definitive deals with its top trade partners. More on that in just a second. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 31 points, NASDAQ up 76 points, the Dow up 370 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.27% and the 2-year yield at 3.75%. The European Union and the U.S. believe they can reach a trade agreement before the July 9th deadline, when the U.S. is set to impose a 50% tariff on nearly all EU products. And the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation is out. Bloomberg's Michael McKee with those numbers.
We're pretty much exactly what economists had forecast, a 0.1% on the headline number and 0.2%, a little bit higher inflation on the core. So if you did want to make the case for a July cut, it gets a little bit harder now because the Fed is further away from its 2% target.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Consumer sentiment rose sharply in June to a 4-month high, with the final June sentiment index increasing to 60.7 from 52.2 a month before. And a lot of Supreme Court decisions so far this morning. A divided Supreme Court ruling that individual judges lack the authority to grant nationwide injunctions. It does leave unclear the fate of President Trump's restrictions on birthright citizenship. And they upheld the $8.6 billion Universal Service Fund. That is a slate of subsidies that covers the cost of telecom services for low-income people and rural residents. The High Court also preserved a key part of the Affordable Care Act's preventive health care coverage that rejects the challenge from Christian employers over how the government decides which health care medications can be covered. And the court said public school parents have a right to opt out of classroom lessons that intrude on their religious beliefs. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Carol.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Carol Master, Paul Sweeney, live here in Southampton, New York at the Uncharted Conference. A lot of entrepreneurs getting together. We're going to speak to a lot of them going forward. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Carol Master, and we are joined by Bloomberg's Nora Melinda. Nora, what do you got for us today?
Well, Paul, let's look at what's going on with Nike today. It's the best performing stock in the S&P 500. We're seeing shares up as much as 16%. That's the best day since 1999, so some real size and scope here. But essentially, the company sees its year-long sales decline easing. So ultimately, people are seeing this as an underscoring sentiment for the CEO, Elliott Hill's strategic plans that are really starting to pay off here. They're expecting a mid-single-digit sales drop in the current quarter, but we're really just starting to see Hill fighting to reverse some of this recent missteps that the company has seen, especially the botched pullback from wholesale partners and an overemphasis on lifestyle footwear. So we're really seeing the Wall Street coming behind it and rallying behind the stock here, Paul.
We just talked with our Poonam Goyal, right? Just saying that maybe the worst is over for Nike. And there certainly was that clarification on the analyst call last night with investors. They really have certainly jumped on board. What's number two for you, Nora?
I'm keeping an eye on Uber and Lyft. Of course, we know these are really popular ride-share companies. We're seeing both of the companies down today after Canaccord cut the ratings on both of the stocks to hold. They're talking about potential for rapid disruption ahead, but they do say that they still don't necessarily anticipate a wide proliferation of autonomous technology providers, despite the momentum that we've been seeing in AI. So that, of course, will be a bit of a headwind for these companies, especially as we see just the broader tech space really trying to advance the AI push, but they don't necessarily see that impacting here in the sector. But we're seeing shares of Uber that are up about 50% this year. They're charging ahead of shares of Lyft that are up about 20% for that same time frame, Carol.
Just going to say driverless cars, hard and expensive.
Yep, they're coming. They're coming.
I love it. Have you been in Waymo?
I've not.
Love it.
Really?
Love it. I've been in like 3 or so. I love it.
Interesting. All
Close
right,
my eyes even in the back seat.
I think I might have to do that.
go.
All right, United Natural Foods. What do you got first, Nora?
Well, I'm looking at shares of United Natural Foods. That's ticker UNFI. Now, we're seeing shares of the company that are up about 9% today. And this is after the food distributor said that a previously disclosed cybersecurity incident has been contained. And they're now returning to regularly receiving and shipping products to retailers across its network. Of course, as you can imagine, this is really important for the company, and it does alleviate a lot of the investor concerns regarding this stock. I mean, we're seeing the company that's down about 16% so far this year, but of course, this is really great news for those who are really nervous about this snafu here.
All right, Nora Melinda, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Nora Melinda covers the markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you listen. Another day of green on the screen here today. And, you know, looking at the volatility, Tom Keene Memorial VIX Index, 16 and change. I mean, kind of back to old times.
Below 20, that makes us happy and makes investors happy. I mean, I'm looking at the S&P 500. You've got about 422 names to the upside. I mean, we are seeing certainly enthusiasm, but you can kind of understand why. It looks like at least what we're hearing from the administration, what we heard from the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, on Bloomberg in an exclusive last night, looks like these trade deals are starting to get done. We know they're complicated. China's a big one, so even if they make some progress, that's a big deal.
And you see that in the S&P 500. Just broadly, we had that big sell-off, 20%, bear market territory that got everybody's attention, but retraced it basically all back in a relatively short period of time. So that kind of tells you all you need to know. The market wants to move higher. It's not cheap. We have a lot of strategists go on Carol and tell us, at 21, 22 times earnings, the S&P is not cheap here. So you need some more good news, whether it's earnings, whether it's the Fed, to kind of move this higher. What is certainly happening today, as expected, is we're getting a lot of rulings from the Supreme Court, and we have June Grosso breaking it down for us. June Grosso joins us, Bloomberg Law host. She's speaking with Harold Krent, a professor of law at Chicago Kent College of Law. And he's also the author of the book Presidential Powers on some of these decisions. June, what do you have for us today?
So we've had several Supreme Court opinions. We're going to have the end of the term today. And just a few minutes ago, it was a case involving the use of LGBTQ-themed books in an elementary school. And a group of parents who were Catholic, Muslim, and Ukrainian Orthodox said the books violated their religious beliefs, and they wanted to be able to opt their children out of lessons involving it. And no surprise, in a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court said that they have that right. So Hal, as I said, no surprise, because this is a religion case, and the oral arguments were pretty clear that it would be 6-3.
No surprise, but I just don't understand how this is an administrable principle. And what is a school teacher supposed to do? How do they know what other children will bring in and expose children to expose children to? I mean, other children could bring in books or pictures of married couples, and who knows if they can even opt out from those kinds of discussions. It's a very strange principle that says that a public school can't decide and show what the curriculum is without affording some kind of opt-out. And what do you do about grading? What do you do about supervision of those who are opted out? It's going to be a nightmare.
And what's unusual about this case, and there was a complaint that the record hadn't been developed because the school system hasn't even started using these LGBTQ storybooks in the classroom, so no one knows how they're going to use them. And what the school district said is, as you said, it's just going to be unmanageable to allow parents to opt out. And then what happens if a parent is, let's say, a pacifist is an example that's been given, and they don't want their children to be in class when there are discussions of war? Do they get to opt out too?
And maybe they do. Is there supposed to be a special hearing to determine that? Or what if a parent says, I don't want my child to learn about evolution? I mean, there are just more and more questions that are raised by this. I'm just amazed that the court is so insensitive to the basic understanding of what public education is, which is that you decide through your school board what the curriculum should be. And if you can't tolerate it, then you can homeschool or go to private school, or just make sure that there's no coercion. I mean, that's really what the dissent said, too, is that the line should be that public school teachers can't coerce or beliefs, and they can't make fun of other people's beliefs, but certainly they shouldn't be restricted as to what the curriculum is or what students encounter in class.
Yeah, and this is just part of a long line of cases where religious rights were given preference over other rights, particularly gay rights at the Supreme Court. The court also, another 6-3 decision, but not with the usual split. This was about the challenge to the federal program that subsidizes low-cost telephone and internet services to rural areas and for libraries and schools. And the three most conservative justices dissented here, Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas. So tell us about the importance of this as far as Congress's delegation of powers to the FCC.
So the Supreme Court upheld the sort of traditional view on the non-delegation doctrine, which was embraced by both the Biden and the Trump administrations in this case, that all Congress has to do is create an intelligible principle to which the agency then must adhere to in administering the congressionally delegated scheme. In this case, the subsidies to rural and schools to make sure that they have good telecom access. And so the court said there's enough instruction here. The FCC knows what it should do. And the fact that this was a revenue measure, meaning that the FCC could tax telecom carriers, in no way changed the court's analysis. And that's what really, I think, set off the three dissenters, that they think that if there's money involved, there should be even a more stringent non-delegation test. And so the court concluded that there was enough guidance there, and the FCC superintended everything, even though there was a private company that helped them administer this program, and that therefore the administrative structure was upheld by the court.
So in the first three opinions today, we had 6-3 divisions in all three. I mean, what does that tell you about this court?
Well, it just tells us that there's very few unanimous cases, but there shouldn't be that many unanimous cases on the last day. Usually the last day is reserved for some of the most contentious cases, some of the most difficult of the term, and today is no exception. Obviously, the injunction case is the biggest. It's kind of a shocking result in terms of a departure from history, but nonetheless, you would expect the court to fracture on these important issues.
Yeah, you say a departure from history, and the interpretation or the analysis by Justice Amy Coney Barrett was based on her reading of history, which just goes to show you how textualists can read things different ways, can read history different ways.
Absolutely. I mean, historians differ, so obviously members of the court differ as well. And in that case, the question was, what is an equitable principle? What is the equity power of the court? And there's many ways to understand that in terms of levels of generality, and obviously the dissent and the majority fractured on that issue.
And apparently President Trump is calling that injunction victory a huge victory, but there's a lot of litigation left to go in that case, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no way to the court uphold his executive order. And in fact, it gave 30 more days for anybody to sue in a class action or individually to prevent that executive order from changing their status in this country. And I think at the end of the day, the birthright citizens order will clearly be rejected even by this Supreme Court.
That'll be interesting. And of course, a lot of these cases just bounce back and forth to the Supreme Court, as we've seen with all these immigration cases. Well, more decisions to come from the Supreme Court. Thanks so much, Hal. That's Professor Harold Krent of the Chicago-Kent College of Law, and we'll keep you updated on the other cases that the Supreme Court is going to be deciding today. One involves, as we mentioned, the FCC, but there's also a case involving the Louisiana congressional map that's been litigated back and forth, so we'll have that for you as well. So right now we're going to go back to Carol and Paul, who are out in the Hamptons.
All right, June Grasso, thank you so much. We appreciate that. June Grasso there, Bloomberg Law host, breaking down some of those Supreme Court cases. Carol Master and Paul Sweeney. We are, in fact, out there at the Hamptons. It's brightening up out there, too. I thought we might get a little rain, but it's brightening up.
A few
for the
white
folks.
caps back there.
I know.
In the ocean,
so
the Atlantic.
The attendees today are going to have a good day of discussions and some good ideas here. We just got word, Carol, that President Trump is scheduled for a news conference at 11:30 a.m. Wall Street time at the White House. Typically, those will get delayed a little bit, but when he does hold that conference, we'll bring that to you on the Supreme Court rulings.
There's a lot on his plate. We heard a lot yesterday, certainly in his press conference, when it comes to trade deals and also working on that big spending and tax legislation that's working its way. This is a big part of what he's trying to get done, so we'll see. Clock is ticking.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the markets, again, they got the S&P up about 0.5%. Same for the NASDAQ, in part due to what appears to be an improving trade environment. It just feels like the European Union is saying that they expect to get their trade deal done on schedule with the United States. So that follows on the deal that was reported from China as well.
And I guess I would say in terms of investors and what their expectations are, they're certainly enthusiastic in today's trade. But, the devil's always in the details, what those trade agreements are. We've already talked a lot here on Bloomberg, how that already we've got tariffs imposed that increase costs of things. And so are those costs passed along to consumers, which impacts their spending capabilities, or is it companies eating it, and that cuts into earnings? So there's a lot still to be known in terms of what it means for the macro environment going forward.
All right, coming up, it is Friday, so that means we talk municipal bonds.
You love this, don't you?
I love that.
I know.
Bill Harris, former CEO of PayPal, he's here at the conference, and we're going to speak to him and get a sense of kind of what's the environment overall for entrepreneurs, for forming businesses, funding businesses, and monetizing those investments as well. So he's got a ton of experience. So we're going to break that down with him as well. So
We're
that's
going
good.
to talk a little AI too. I think we've got some
I
guests
think we can
coming
do
up.
that. We can do
Just
that.
a little bit.
And what would a conference be without a discussion of AI? So we got all that coming up from the Hamptons. Where else would you want us to be on a Sunday, Friday? S&P 500 up 0.5%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 34 points, NASDAQ up almost 100 points, the Dow up 390 points, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.27. 3.7%, the two-year yield at 3.75%. Consumer sentiment in the U.S. rose sharply in June to a 4-month high, with the final June sentiment index increasing to 60.7. That's up from 52.2 a month before. Consumers expect prices to rise 5% over the coming year. That's down from 6.6% in May. They also see costs rising at an annual rate of 4% over the next 5 to 10 years. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Well, Carol, it's Friday, and Friday in Bloomberg Intelligence, even at the Hamptons, we talk municipal bonds. Shruti Singh joins us, Bloomberg News municipal finance reporter. Shruti, I'm seeing some positive returns here across the bond market. I mean, what are you guys seeing in terms of performance year to date in the municipal market?
I mean, municipals have been improving throughout the year. We've had what looks to be record supply in the second quarter, and given the reinvestment dollars, there's actually been demand for them as well. We're not completely in the green yet, though. We're not completely in the green yet.
So, Shruti, what's kind of where's the area of demand? Who's buying municipal bonds these days? When an issue comes to market, what's kind of the split these days between institutional investors, retail investors, that kind of thing?
Well, right now, what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of supply coming in related to school districts, airport bonds. In general, municipals across the board issuers have been very active in the market because there's some pent-up demand. Also, what's happening is that federal dollars are drying up, and so what may have been funded by pandemic aid now needs to be funded by the bond market. And investors are also interested, retail investors, institutional investors. One of the areas where there is a lot of demand is high yield, and there hasn't been as much issuance as maybe investors want. And so certainly the returns there have been strong as well.
And yet you guys have a story. Your byline, you're part of this muni market inching closer to $5 trillion with a record quarter. So we are seeing state and local governments certainly do a lot of issuance. I think $153 billion new debt in the second quarter, a record pace to fund projects. Some of it, as you guys note, is potential future federal policy changes. What policies in particular might be supportive of the muni market going forward?
So state and local governments are really watching the funding levels that are going to be coming in the next year from the federal government. And they're also watching the bill that you guys referred to recently about the tax and spending package that Congress is considering right now, because programs such as Medicaid, education, and various other state and local budget items do come from billions of dollars do come from the federal government. So if there's any changes, any rollbacks to any of those programs, that is going to impact the budgets of states as well as local governments.
Shruti, talk to us about the tax advantage nature of municipals. I know pretty much every tax plan that goes up in Congress, they talk about minimizing it or eliminating it. And that was certainly a concern earlier this year. Where do we stand with that, the tax deductibility of municipal interest?
Yeah, so municipal bonds are federally tax exempt, and that was a big debate, at least from the investors and issuers standpoint for the first half of this year. And certainly myself and other reporters on the municipal finance team were paying close attention to what was happening in Congress related to the tax bill and whether there was going to be any sort of measure to tax any part of the municipal market. So far, what we've seen is that for the most part, it's been untouched. And so I think that issuers as well as investors, what they've told us is that they're breathing a sigh of relief because they don't see municipals really being a part of this tax and spending package. Of course, we've heard some noise related to how universities might be impacted, but that's separate from the federal tax exemption.
What about the interest rate environment? All of a sudden, we're seeing some momentum pick up. We've currently heard from Fed speakers about maybe possible rate cuts coming sooner rather than later. And so we've certainly seen some reaction, some slight maybe reaction in terms of the Treasury trade. Talk about that impact specifically when it comes to muni issuance and muni expectations going forward.
So the muni market tracks the Treasury market fairly closely. And so people are always looking out for the relative value of how muni interest rates are compared to what Treasury interest rates are. And so that is a key indicator that investors are constantly watching out for. Over the last year or so, we'd heard people say the munis were very rich compared to Treasuries. That's fluctuated because of some of the changes we've seen over the last couple of months, more volatility in munis and things like that. But that is a key benchmark that they're going to be watching for the foreseeable future. In terms of interest rates, that's also something that muni issuers and investors watch overall, because what the interest rate the issuer, such as the local government, a state or town or park district, pays is of interest. So there was some that had speculated that some issuers were waiting for interest rates to come down and were waiting to sell some bonds. Now it looks like even if there's some cuts, there's going to still be a higher for longer kind of period compared to, say, 5 or 6 years ago. And so now there's no waiting period. The pent-up demand for infrastructure capital needs is there, and a lot of issuers are coming to market.
All right, Shruti, great stuff. As always, appreciate it. Shruti Singh, Bloomberg News municipal bond reporter, Carol Master, and we are here at the home of Michael Loeb. Southampton is starting to pick up the activity. The weather's getting better. A lot of interesting folks coming through, and we're fortunate to get a few of them to come spend a few minutes with us, including Bill Harris, former CEO of PayPal, joining us here. Bill, serial entrepreneur, is that something we can go with to kind of start the conversation here with you?
Well, if you count 8 of them, yes.
All right, that's where we're going. What does a conference like this mean to you, and what does it mean to some of the young folks who are coming with ideas and energy, and maybe they're looking for a little bit of a guidance? What do you hope to get done here?
Well, I think I can encourage. I don't think I can guide, because, there aren't a lot of rules to this. Every time is different. And, I'll tell you the thing that I will tell people. What makes it hard to do a startup? People think about, well, there's the risk, there's the career risk, there's the financial risk, but that's not really the thing. But you need to be comfortable in ambiguity, because you come to work every day and you really don't know what's happening next. You don't have a playbook. And so you have to love the thrill of making it up as you go along.
Does it get any easier, like the second, third, fourth, fifth time around?
It doesn't get any easier from the point of view of, sort of knowing a formula, but it does get easier because you're more used to the thrill.
Mm-hmm. What's the challenge here for a young entrepreneur in today's market?
Well, first of all, being able to understand yourself, self-awareness, that's the most important thing. Everybody, for instance, Silicon Valley or this arena, everybody thinks of themselves as a change agent. In fact, the vast majority of humans are not. The vast majority of humans want to know when they get up, what they go to do, and how they do it. And that is as it should be, because that's how society moves forward. But if you have enough self-awareness to know what you like and know what you're capable of, and this is it, then, have the courage to go ahead.
How much easier is it when I think for Evergreen Money, your wealth advisor that you've got, on the website it says you built this for yourself. So when you kind of identify something that's needed in the marketplace, is it easier to do?
Oh, it's much easier.
Yeah.
Because you don't have data, you don't have research. You really have to go from your gut at the very beginning. Then, of course, you get the data and you have to adopt to it. But it works so much easier if you have just an innate sense of what's required. As an example, the company that I tried just before this one, which failed, one of the reasons it failed is that the audience was an attempt to give great credit to people who are underbanked, who need it desperately. But one of the problems is I didn't understand that market.
Is this Mint?
No, well, Mint is not that. Mint is a personal finance manager.
Right.
I did have a hand in that. I've done about 3.5 personal finance managers in my time. But this was a subprime lender. But we tried to do lendings to people who did not have good credit ratings, but rather than doing it at 500%, we tried to do it at less than 36%. It didn't work for a variety of reasons. But now I'm back in my milieu. I know about this stuff. Not only do I know about managing money, but also, and most importantly, I know about taxes. I ran TurboTax for 10 years. I've been doing a whole lot of stuff. And the thing about it is, if you are an investor, my view, you can't beat the market, but you can harness it. So you need to harness it. That's the pre-tax. But much more important than pre-tax return is your after-tax return, because that's all you can put in the bank.
All I'm going to say is it's unfortunate, though, because here's someone who has done several companies. You understand this world, and the underbanked need representation, and they need platforms. So it's a shame that it is so tough.
It is.
To kind of get these things going.
Yes.
Yeah.
When do you know as an entrepreneur, or when do you admit failure? When do you know it's just not going to work and I'm going to pull the plug?
Never early enough.
Okay.
Never early enough. First of all, I've been more frequently wrong by being too early than too late. And so when you're really early, you're the pioneer. You've got the arrows in your back, and you're just trying to do too much, break too much ground all at once. And the market's usually not ready for you. But if the market is on an upswing, just starting, that's the time to get in.
What do you find interesting about fintech? There's just been so many iterations, and I think if you layer on now what's going on with AI, how does that kind of continue to disrupt that space?
Well, the great thing about financial technology, and it's like media, those are the two industries that can be completely digitized. There is nothing physical about it. And so that's the cool thing. You can do so much new stuff so quickly because there's nothing physical that you have to either build or transport. AI, we're really on the forefront of bringing AI into the financial space because what you need to do is do more than simply go to GPT. You need to build a financial knowledge base. And then you have to build a client portrait, because if it is only GPT, all you're getting is information. If I know about you and your finances, now I can combine the information and the understanding of the client and build a true advice engine. Tell people in their particular circumstances what their consideration should be.
So Paul Sweeney gets an agent or agentic AI that's just built for him, essentially.
Well, yes. First, let me just say we don't do only AI. We have what I think is the ideal combination of human professional advisors and the AI resources. Combine them together. But yes, we know everything we can about you and your finances, including not only what you own, both internally and externally, but also all of the conversations you've had with us. And we put all that stuff together and then apply the advice engine to that.
Noah Friedman, CEO of Uncharted, was our guest earlier this morning. He made a comment about AI.
Yeah.
That if you don't have AI in your story, it's tough to raise capital today. And maybe that's a concern of his, crowding out some other ideas. Is that something?
That's absolutely true.
Okay.
The money always chases the fad. And I'm not saying AI is a fad. It is not. It is here to stay, and it's powerful. I mean, I've been long enough, I'm old enough that I've been in this business long enough to see a series of revolutions. You know, the PC, the internet, the mobile, now AI. It's real. However, when these things come in, there is such a fury and so much focus on the thing that, yes, it crowds everything else out, and that's a shame.
But it's going to make it better, in your view, in terms of like wealth management? And
wealth management, absolutely. Most of the big firms are looking at AI to reduce cost. They look at their contact center. I've got 500 people. Can I get it to 50? We have the benefit of not having that objective, and so we can use AI actually to make the service better.
Other than AI, other than AI,
dare you?
Where should I be looking if I were a funder, a VC? Where else can I see some opportunities, do you think? When I come here, who do I want to corner?
Gosh, in the financial services arena, what I would say is anybody who is taking on a big established giant. Because increasingly, it's always been the case in technology, but increasingly, the people that I want to compete with are big, have strong reputations, have customers, have assets, have the whole thing. The problem is that they've got an installed base. And the good Lord created the world in 7 days. He didn't have an installed base.
Yep.
And so they can't move. And that's the opportunity.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Are the big banks, when Carol and I talk to the big financial institutions, we go visit them, all they talk about is the investments they are making in AI to better serve their customers. That's tough for guys like you who want to kind of disintermediate
Well,
them
it's
a little
not
bit.
really. It's not really. I mean, what they're doing, many of them are doing very good work. However, it's a very different environment, paradigm, people, process, the whole thing. Let's just, before AI, let's just talk about software. They have thousands, if not tens of thousands, of software engineers here, India, all around the world. I'm looking at, 25. And yet, when I really focus, I can move a heck of a lot faster than they can.
What's kind of interesting about today's environment, investment environment, innovation? I'm just curious. Someone who's seen a lot of cycles, right? Seen things really change. Some things didn't always pan out, but I'm just curious.
Well, I don't think you can predict the cycle, but you have to be ready for it. And that means always have enough funding to get through whatever would come at you in the next 18 months. And, the time that you're taking a real risk is if you let yourself get down to 6 month funding or something of that nature.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, the market goes against you and you're toast.
Is it a tougher cycle? How do you describe that? I mean,
now?
Well, we have seen in 3 or 4 months,
Yeah.
it's just been crazy. But we've been through tough times, COVID, great financial crisis, other times.
Oh, yeah. Listen, the tech world goes through incredible roller coasters, up and down all the time. They're usually sort of multi-year cycles, but nevertheless, they're very high, very low. I mean, I'm old enough to have lived through the internet bubble, where the NASDAQ, was reduced by 80%.
Right.
And
it took a decade to get back.
It took a decade to get back. And so you have to be ready for that. So get yourself funded, don't overspend, and be ready for whatever comes at you.
How long should I go before I think I'm going to have success? Is there any kind of blueprint? Is it a year, 2 years, 3 years?
Well, once again, I'm not sure that I'm the guy to answer because I tend to stick with it longer than I probably should.
Gotcha.
But if you don't have a significant, you've got a lot of pivots along the way. You're going to take some dark alleys, but if you don't have something that really feels right and starts to move upward within 2 years, it's time to rethink it.
Listen, I think we only got about 30, 40 seconds left here, Bill. And I do always wonder about someone like yourself. We always ask, what are you reading? Who are you watching? But is there somebody out there that you, kind of look to for cues about kind of where the world is going, what's next, especially when it relates to your world?
Well, there's a lot of them, but I'll just mention one person who's stuck their head up again is Mary Meeker.
Yeah.
Mary Meeker, for years and years and years, she did the book, the Bible, on the internet. Then she went off and became a VC, and we didn't hear from her. All of a sudden, she's picked back up, and she's done the book on AI.
Really? Interesting. I'll have to look out for that because that is a must-read.
Yeah, exactly.
400 pages of solid information.
That's why she was the best on the street for a long time. Bill, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Bill Harris, former CEO of PayPal, getting his thoughts on entrepreneurship. Carol Master and I, we are here at Michael's house. Just
getting a little windy.
In the Hamptons. Getting a little windy. It's wind coming off the ocean. Right now, let's get down to Washington, D.C. Amy Marsh has got world and national news.
All right, thank you. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Amy Morris. Stocks gaining ground, putting Wall Street on track to finish a strong week at an all-time high. S&P 500 up 42 points, NASDAQ up 136 points, the Dow up 467 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.26%, the 2-year yield at 3.73%. Checking oil now, WTI down 0.1%, trading at $65.15 a barrel. Brent crude trading at $67.50 a barrel. That is a drop of about 0.3%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the Trump administration's agenda for trade agreements could get wrapped up by the beginning of September, telling Fox Business the U.S. has already done a deal with the U.K. and reached an accommodation with China.
If we can ink 10 or 12 of the important 18, there are another important 20 relationships, then I think we could have trade wrapped up by Labor Day.
Treasury Secretary Bessent did not specify which countries he expects deals with. And there were a lot of Supreme Court decisions today. A divided Supreme Court ruling that individual judges lack the authority to grant nationwide injunctions. That decision, though, does leave unclear the fate of President Trump's restrictions on birthright citizenship. The court also upheld the $8.6 billion Universal Service Fund. That is an annual slate of subsidies, which helps cover the cost of telecom services for low-income people, rural residents, schools, and libraries. The High Court also preserved a key part of the Affordable Care Act's preventive health care coverage requirements, rejecting a challenge from Christian employers over how the government decides which health care medications and services must be fully covered. And the court said public school parents do have a right to opt out of classroom lessons that intrude on their religious beliefs. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Carol.
I was going to send the boat to be here. Unfortunately.
No, I know.
You just can never get it right, those weather guys.
Oh, yes. All right. Thank you so much. We're actually so excited here at Uncharted. We're talking with our guest about sailing, and we're talking about boating, and it's a little tough getting in. I don't know. Just kind of talking about the environment. Good stuff.
Brett Markinson joins us here. He is a founder and CEO of Innovent Capital Group. Brett, thanks so much for joining us here. Wonderful day. The sun's coming out now, and all these entrepreneurs are coming in. They're meeting. What's your agenda here for when you get together these types of folks?
I mean, everybody's talking their book and everybody is kind of sharing their stories, and I just happen to love that part of the process.
Yeah.
Getting to know people, learning a little bit about the authenticity connected to how they came about what they're doing. And I just kind of personally enjoy the origin stories, so I try to spend as much time as I can understanding how people got to where they are by way of where they came.
All right. It's like a gift when someone says that, because I want to talk about your origin story a little bit. Media folks, we're kind of obsessed with media. Okay. Take us back to the 90s. You were selling nonlinear digital editing bays to Hollywood in the 1990s. No, but it's like all these things shape us. Yes. I remember doing, paper prompters. I'm going to age myself. It's very different nowadays. Yes. So tell us about what that was like and how it does shape your perspective as you see things change.
Sure. Well, first of all, like any early stage business, it was brutal.
Yeah.
I think what made this challenging was whenever you're too far in front of something, it's very difficult selling vision to the visionless. And people have a lot invested in the way they're doing things and the way things were. In the case of nonlinear editing, I think what made that so difficult was the editor was very comfortable in the basement by himself with no oversight and not having too much of the producer in over his kind of shoulder telling him how to do things. And the nonlinear editing system just changed the landscape entirely because now the producer was able to kind of be involved in the editing process.
Right.
And brought the guy upstairs, surrounded him with a whole bunch of people, and the efficiencies that it brought were incredible and the impact, indelible. But to a lot of editors, it really changed the way they thought about what they did and how they did it. So getting it to took some time, but like anything, once the dam cracked, it just became a floodgate.
Be it the internet or AI, right? Like it's kind of the same story.
Yep.
Hey, Brett, you're on a panel today talking about exits.
Yes.
I haven't seen a lot of IPOs in the last few years. I haven't seen a lot of M&A in the last 5 years. How do guys like you and the folks here, they've got an idea, they get it funded, they get it off the ground, and now they're thinking about an exit, a monetization event. Where are we today in that environment?
Well, when, I start at the very early stage, a little north of the napkin, I like to call it. And for companies like that, it oftentimes doesn't make a lot of news in terms of acquisitions, but there's plenty of that stuff happening. In a lot of cases, they're acqui-hires that you hear about. So in the end, it really comes down to a couple of very key things. Building a great product, validating it with solid product market fit, finding and understanding those customers, and getting those customers to accept your product and tell other customers. And once you get that flywheel moving, it's kind of a snowball rolling down a hill, and it kind of takes on a momentum of its own. And if you reach that capacity for your business where you are growing and need help, capital finds you, and as capital is hunting for you, so are other larger businesses that want access to your customers and want access to what you're doing. So at the very early stage of things, it's not too difficult to be able to find exit opportunities. It just depends on whether or not you're able to find product market fit and demonstrate that.
How often, though, is it for an entrepreneur, Brett? Is it just tough for them to let go after they've started a company and they realize it's time for them to either sell, merge? I mean, in order to take it to the next level, how difficult and how often does that happen where it's just time that they need somebody else?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, but I think the answer is emotional.
Yeah.
And I think people with high EQs are capable of seeing that they're in over their head, or to get to the next level, they need competence beyond their capability or skill set. And for some, they just can't see the forest through the trees, and it becomes a very emotional thing. You have a whole persona and identity that has been formed around this thing that you brought to life. I oftentimes think about startups as giving birth to a child in the ICU.
Yeah, that's tricky.
And it is, your kid's in good hands. All the appropriate people are there on a 24/7 basis, but it's still touch and go.
Yep. All right, Brett, forgive us. The president's speaking, and we've got I know
Priorities.
that's what happens. Brett, thank you so much. Really appreciate
Very
it.
welcome.
To the White House we go, to Washington and President Trump.
Separation of powers and the rule of law. In striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch, the Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect, or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she could talk as long as she wants because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible Attorney General. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that. 94 districts and 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel, Dave Warrington. You and your staff have been incredible. Our Solicitor General's office, John Sowers, Sarah Harris, and Todd Blanche and Emil Bovey. Todd's going to say a few words because we've had another major ruling today on transgender books and some other great wins that we've had. But no longer will they have this power in our country. It is the president's authority under his executive branch to do everything to fight for the American people, and he will continue to do that. That's why he was overwhelmingly elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's a great day for the rule of law. It's a great day for the Justice Department, and it's one that's been a long time coming and one that every American should have been waiting for with bated breath. And so I echo what the President said and Attorney General Bondi, that the Supreme Court did a great thing today, not only for this administration, but for every American in this country. If not for the injunctions case, we would be here talking about another great decision that came down today, the trans books case, which restores parents' rights to decide their child's education. Seems like a basic idea, but it took the Supreme Court to set the record straight, and we thank them for that. And now that ruling allows parents to opt out of dangerous trans ideology and make the decisions for their children that they believe is correct. And so we thank the Supreme Court for that. There's been multiple decisions over the past several weeks that just show why this injunction why this nationwide injunction ban had to happen. For example, what I mean by that is local district court judges issuing decisions that are clearly contrary to law just because they don't like the policy of President Trump.
This
and
is
when it
Deputy
gets to the
Attorney
Supreme
General
Court,
Todd Blanche live from the White House on
but
Bloomberg.
that takes time. The Attorney General thanked our lawyers, and I'll do it again. Our lawyers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fight these injunctions and to emergency appeals, emergency stays, going back to the district court judge, asking them to change their view. And so their hard work is really paying off today, but over the past few weeks. We had a stay of an order that prevented DHS from moving aliens to a third country. We had a stay of an order that stopped the Department of Defense from implementing military readiness, the EO that President Trump signed. We had another stay of an order forcing reinstatement of fired executive branch employees entirely within the president and Article 2, his right to do. We had a stay of, as you all know, of numerous DOJ cases. And again, every one of those stays requires a tremendous amount of work and effort by the lawyers and the parties involved, and they should be doing other work. They should be doing the work that the president and this administration demands and has a right to demand, and not fighting these local judges who don't make decisions based on the law. They make decisions because they just simply don't agree with the administration's decision about a policy, and that's wrong. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, for Pam, please.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Attorney General. So as you know, the Supreme Court did not rule on the underlying constitutionality of the president's birthright citizenship order. So what is the plan now? Are you going to try to implement the EO just in states where there isn't a legal challenge?
Yes, so birthright citizenship will be decided in October in the next session by the Supreme Court, unless it comes down in the next few minutes. I guess it could come down. I think they're still deliberating right now on some cases. As you heard, we just got transgender books, which is a huge win. But most likely, that will be decided in October in the next session. However, it indirectly impacts us because, as you correctly pointed out, if there's a birthright citizenship case in Oregon, it will only affect the plaintiff in Oregon, not the entire country. So yes, it's indirectly, but that's pending litigation, and we're waiting on that in the next term.
And how concerned are you that the Supreme Court will come back and determine that the executive order is unconstitutional?
Oh, we're very confident in the Supreme Court. But again, it's pending litigation, and that will directly be determined in October, but it indirectly impacts every case in this country, and we're thrilled with their decision today. Peter.
Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here to take our questions. A couple questions to the both of you. The EO had a 30-day grace period before it goes into effect. Is there any thought about trying to make it effective immediately within that period of time?
We're going to follow the law. We're going to make those decisions, and we're going to do what's right in the bounds of the law.
And then the DOJ didn't ask the justices to rule on the merits of the birthright citizenship ban. Just for explanation purposes, why?
Sure, because that's going to come down in October in the separate. This was huge because it's indirectly impacted today. As I said, it's case by case. Let me reiterate, of the 35 of the 40 nationwide injunctions filed against this president, against his executive authority as president of the United States, 35 of them came from Maryland, D.C., Massachusetts, California, Washington. I mean, that's crazy. These 5 districts. So yes, it indirectly impacts us. It will be a separate decision in October. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for you, sir. Do you believe this ends the power of the lower court judges to stop your agenda? Do you see this as a full green light for your agenda going forward?
Well, you'd have to really speak to the lawyers about that. But this is really also a decision based on common sense. It didn't work the other way. It was a disaster where somebody from a certain location in a very liberal state or a liberal judge or a liberal group of judges could tie up a whole country for years because their decision would sometimes take years to overturn. We've overturned many of the decisions, but it would take years to do it. And we have to act quickly when it comes to illegal immigration. We have murderers, killers, we have drug dealers, we have what they've allowed to come into our country. Should never be forgotten. It should never be forgotten what they've done to our country. And we have to be able to act very quickly, and we're going to do that. Thank you.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett, sir, I know that you praised her and her opinion here in this case. She has taken some heat, though, from some of your supporters who have labeled her weak, a squishy, a rattled law professor. What is your take on that?
I don't know about that. I just have great respect for her. I always have. And her decision was brilliantly written today, from all accounts. Yeah.
Transgender ruling, Mr. President. What would you say to Americans who fear that this is more and more concentration of power in the White House and the executive?
Well, this really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about. And this is really the opposite of that. I mean, the question is fine, but it's the opposite. The Constitution has been brought back.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings at the border are 0 now.
0. Does everyone hear that? 0.
Trump 2028. Do you intend, President Trump?
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
With this new reality, President Trump, in the border, do you intend to engage personally with leaders from South America, not only Central America, in order to tackle this situation in a regional way, and if you have a perspective of meeting some presidents from South America, as Brazil, for example?
Well, you see, as an example, not South America, but NATO over the weekend.
Yeah.
They have great respect for our country now. They did things that nobody thought was possible. They took funding from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought they'd ever pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. It's over $1 trillion more a year. Think of that, $1 trillion. Nobody thought that could happen. That's a different group of people, different countries. But we get along with a lot of countries. We are respected again. Our country, the U.S., is respected again. Was not respected 6 months ago. I can tell you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you have a deadline coming up on trade in 2 weeks. Which countries, if
On
any,
what?
on trade, on tariffs,
Yeah.
sir, which countries, if any, are close to agreements with the administration?
Well, that's an interesting question. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal with probably 4 or 5 different countries. With the UK, it was a great deal for both. And we're in the process of making some others. But ultimately, in fact, Scott is here, and Howard Lutnick, these 2 guys have been doing an incredible job, and the people that work with them have been doing an incredible job. But, you know, we have 200 countries, you could say 200 countries plus. We can't do that. So at a certain point over the next week and a half or so, or maybe before, we're going to send out a letter. We talked to many of the countries, and we're just going to tell them what they have to pay to do business in the United States. And it's going to go very quickly. But some of the bigger countries, so India, I think we're going to reach a deal where we have the right to go in and trade. And right now it's restricted. You can't walk in there. You can't even think about it. We're looking to get a full trade barrier dropping, which is unthinkable. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as of this moment, we've agreed to that, go into Indian trade. We're going to be trading in China. That's going to come a little bit down the road, but we're going to be trading in China. We have a lot of great things going, and we're getting along with countries, but some will be disappointed because they're going to have to pay tariffs. And we've taken in already hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. No inflation. The only problem we have is we have a Fed guy that doesn't understand what's happening, and it would be great if he'd lower the rate because we'd be able to borrow a lot cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, please. Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go ahead.
I was wondering, though, if you could,
go ahead.
Sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents. It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents. And I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will give you back your parental rights. They were taken away, and this is a tremendous victory for parents. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you look at the back at the last week, it's been extraordinary in terms of the action in the Middle East. You were at The Hague. I'm wondering now,
hell of a week, hasn't it?
I'm wondering now if you believe that Iran. I'm wondering now, sir, if you believe that Iran has given up its long history of ambitions with nuclear weapons, or what you would like to see from them to prove that they do, and what type of meetings is your administration looking for next week with Iran?
So Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while. The same people that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia. The same people that did 3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
But on their
wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing, and they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target, and overwhelmingly, and it's amazing what was done. We're the only ones that could have done it, and we took out the 2 of the other sites also. In addition to that, we finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry, but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock. Please. Yes.
Your administration has said that El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. So why haven't you yet canceled temporary protected status for that country? Was it part of the deal?
Well, we'll take a look. We've had a great relationship with El Salvador. They have a fantastic leader. They built a massive prison system. And I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell of a system. And we bring people there, and when they go there, they don't get out. And frankly, when they hear they have to go there, they become very nice people. They become very nice people. It's a tough system, but it's a brilliant system, and it's a system done by a very, very good leader. We'll talk about El Salvador. A lot of respect. Yeah, please.
Thank you. A question for you, and then a question for the Attorney General. As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Well, you know, we're a little early for that, but something like that, yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon, and that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going, and I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody that we respect, and including ourselves.
And a question for both the President and the Attorney General. Under birthright citizenship, if this is implemented, who would be tasked with actually vetting citizenship? And how, like, would this be a situation where you have nurses and doctors checking for citizenship of parents, or?
This is all pending litigation. It's going to be decided in October by the Supreme Court, and we'll discuss that after the litigation.
If you have an undocumented baby, would that baby then be an enforcement priority?
The violent criminals in our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective. Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years. 2,711 of them today have been arrested in our country. That is the priority of Donald Trump. That is the priority of this country, of Homeland Security, of all of our lawyers, of FBI. That's the priority. That will be discussed in October when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump can deport all of these gangs, and not one district court judge can think they're an emperor over this administration and his executive powers, and why the people of the United States elected him.
just might add one thing, and they used birthright citizenship, some of the worst people, some of the cartels, to get people into our country, just so you know. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever, but you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This had to do with the babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to win. People I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in, and what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been a little difficult. And I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways he's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this: you're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that. In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked, because I've been going through abuse for years on this. Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, no inflation whatsoever.
But Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in, I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in, and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake, because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. He calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in. But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar, we went to UAE, very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders, and we took in $5.1 trillion just there. Without the tariffs, I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen. But most importantly, we have factories being built, car plants being built, companies moving to our country like never before. If you look at 15 trillion, and that's only in a few months. You know, I haven't been here that long. Presidents, like the last one, was a disaster. He's the worst president in the history of our country, by the way. What he did on our border can never, ever be forgotten. To me, that's the worst of all the things. And he's done some terrible things, grossly incompetent. Nobody knew it was him because I don't think it was him. I think it was whoever was controlling the auto pen. But our country is doing great. And those leaders and other leaders, I just left, as you know, a large group of the most highly respected people. And that includes big countries. When you look at Germany and France and Spain, although Spain didn't come through, but they will. By the way, guaranteed they will. That was the only country that sort of tried to hold back on putting up the money. But just so you know, they said, it's unbelievable what's happened to the USA. You were a dead country. We didn't respect the country, the leader. You were dead as a doornail. One said to me, you went from being a dead country, you are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. The whole world is talking about the USA, and everybody wants a part of it, and they're pouring into our country, and you're going to see those numbers. Thank you for that question. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about trade. Secretary Bessent has said that he hopes tariff deals with major partners will be done by Labor Day. So if some deals are not done by your July 9th deadline, will some countries' tariffs go back up, or will they stay where they are now?
Well, there are some countries that are used to ripping us off, to be honest with you. And I don't want to name them, but you sort of can name them. And they're so used to just, taking in billions and billions of, look, we had a trade deficit of more than $1 trillion. Think of a trillion, a trade deficit. That's because nobody cared. We cared a lot when, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff. We had the greatest economy in history up until now. I think we're going to blow it away. But during my time, and especially prior to COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away now based on the kind of numbers that we're seeing. But some countries are very angry because they've been ripping us off for years. They've been making billions and billions of dollars. There was nobody to negotiate with. They could do whatever they want. They charged us tariffs, by the way, at numbers that we've never seen before. And we ended up losing much more than $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year on trade. And now they're being met with a force that's far greater than them, and they don't like it. So they're upset because instead of making, $5 billion, they're going to break even. Or they'll make a little bit. I want to be nice. They'll make a little bit. Or we'll make a little bit. It's a big difference. Yeah, please go. Go ahead. Red dress.
On the 2020 election, is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Clara from Lindell TV.
Well, that's just a very nice question. And it's not a setup. I have no idea who you are, but I appreciate that question. All I can say is we're not here for that. I hope so. I hope they're doing a thing, because that election was rigged and stolen, and we can't allow that to happen. You know, a lot of people tell me, sir, you just won the greatest election in the history of our country. You won at numbers that won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything. Sir, go on with your life. And many people that say that, good people, friends of mine, then you have people that say that same thing, go on with your life, but you have to find out what happened, because you can't let that happen again. Look at what this lunatic did. Look at what he did. He opened our borders to people that were murderers, 11,888 to be exact, murderers, and we've captured many of those murderers, and we're bringing them back, or some of them are so dangerous that we don't even want to bring them back. We're afraid they're going to try and come back in. But he allowed people to come into this country, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, that's a mental institution on steroids, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, people, jails being emptied out into our country. Venezuela emptied out almost its entire prison population into our country. But I don't want to blame them. Many countries have done that. The Congo, we have a great press conference coming up later, and it's the Congo and Rwanda. They were fighting for years, and it was machetes, it was vicious, it was as vicious, people's heads being chopped off. And I have a man who's very good in that part of the world, very smart, and put them together, and we're signing a peace treaty today. First time in many years they're going to have peace, and that's a big deal. We talk about Russia, and we're working that one. President Putin called up, and he said, I'd love to help you with Iran. I said, do me a favor, I'll handle Iran. Help me with Russia. We got to get that one settled. And I think something's going to happen there. But we did some great work. India and Pakistan. That was going to be maybe nuclear. We did that. We did a lot of work. I don't know if there's ever been a president that's done much more. Serbia, Kosovo was going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. That's what happened with India and Pakistan. I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, what do we do? I said, look, you want to have trade with the United States, it's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that. And they both agreed. Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do it. So we did a lot, but I appreciate that question.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Orange.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I was just speaking with Senator Ron Johnson on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and he says he really wants to get to yes for you and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is
well,
possible.
Then he's not such a good man.
Because there's too much work to do.
He's a good man. Ron Johnson's doing a good job. He's very committed. Every Republican senator is committed. And, you could have a couple of grandstanders, in all fairness. You could have somebody else. And it's very dangerous, because our country would go from being the most successful country in the world to who knows what happens with a 68%, think of it, 68% tax increase. That was given by the Democrats because they like high taxes. I don't know what happened. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd watch politicians talking. I'd say, oh, that's fun. And they were always saying, we will cut your taxes. We will cut your tax. I never heard it. They say, we will raise your taxes. And they elect people like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has a chance. They want to raise your taxes. So they want to see a 68% tax increase. That's more money than anybody could afford. You'd go into a depression if that ever happened. So I think there's a lot of pressure to get that approved.
How important is the July 4th deadline to you?
It's important. It's not the end all. It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time, if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they feel very strongly about a subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for everything. And they would normally vote, but because their hatred of Trump, they have Trump derangement syndrome at levels never seen before. And instead of voting for a tax cut, they're voting for a tax increase of 68%. They're voting to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid. And we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid, and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a related subject, many Democrats have said that they are not going to support crypto bills in Congress only because of you and your family's personal crypto ventures. And these votes are in some cases needed to pass. Are you open to the idea of pulling away from your personal crypto ventures just for the next few years if that helps get these crypto bills passed in the next few months?
Well, it's a very funny thing, crypto. So I became a fan of crypto, and to me it's an industry. I view it as an industry, and I'm president. And if we didn't have it, China would, or somebody else would, but most likely China. China would love to. And we've dominated that industry. It's a big industry, by the way. In fact, when the stock market went down recently, crypto and Bitcoin and all of that went down much less than anybody else as a group. And we've created a very powerful industry, and that's much more important than anything that we invest in. We invest in it, but really that was an industry that wasn't doing particularly well. I got involved with it a couple of years ago, and before the second term. I got involved before I decided to run. I only decided to run because I saw what was happening, and Biden was incompetent, and the administration was crooked and incompetent, and I was in Bitcoin then, not knowing if I was going to do it a third time. So it's become amazing. I mean, it's the jobs that it produces, and I notice more and more you pay in Bitcoin. I mean, people are saying it takes a lot of pressure off the dollar, and it's a great thing for our country. So I don't care about investing. You know, I have I have kids, and they invest in different things. They do believe in it. But I'm president, and what I did do there is build an industry that's very important. And, you know, if we didn't have it, China would. Okay.
Sir, Mr. President.
Go ahead. With the glasses, gentlemen, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, are you going to cut funds in the sanctuary states, like, for instance, California? They keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these people work under
Yeah, we're giving them a hard time.
And also, if a foreign policy question.
I mean, they don't have a governor in California. They have a man that wants to give away everything to people that nobody's seen before. If we didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job, but if we didn't go into Los Angeles bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because you have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have we let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons, okay? And now you have 25,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire pumps. They didn't have water in the sprinkler systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats, and we're going to make it good for everybody. We'll have to stop the crime in those, in the case of the cities, I think I can say just about all cities with heavy crime are run by Democrats. Go ahead. Yeah, with the glasses.
I'm with Iran.
Go ahead, yes. Yeah, no, the man behind you, yeah, please.
President Trump, Anthony Mashak from Amphibia, Lebanon. I want to ask you regarding the threats posed by Iran's allies and proxies operating in the U.S. They were threatening your life. So what do you say about that? And regarding the Lebanon, because Hezbollah is as well part of Iran's allies, is there any time frame in Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Yeah, Lebanon is a great place with brilliant people. You know, it was known for the professors and doctors and had an incredible history. And hopefully we can bring it back. Appointed a friend of mine who's Lebanese, and I didn't know he was Lebanese. I've known him for 20 years, very, very successful man. And I just appointed him. And I said, why would you want that? He says, because I was born there, I was raised there, I love it. I love it so much. I said, you know, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon as ambassador. And he said, that's what they say, but I don't care about danger. I mean, this is a guy that is just a very big business guy. He wants to give up his whole life to go to Lebanon because he believes in it so much. We're with Lebanon all the way. We'll try and straighten it out.
Your life as well. So what action?
Threaten my life? Yeah, they have threatened. I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. Get that throbbing feeling, but you know what? That's okay. This is a dangerous business. What I do is a dangerous business. You know, I tell the story of the car companies and different people in different professions you have. Race car drivers, as an example. 1/10 of 1% die. Bull riders, 1/10 of 1%. That's not a lot, but it's people die. When you're president, it's about 5%. If somebody would have told me that, maybe I wouldn't have run. Okay? This is a very dangerous profession. Yeah, please. By the way, so many questions. Should we keep this going, Pam? This is the opposite of Biden. Biden would take a half a question and he'd leave without answering it. Go ahead.
On Iran.
You tell me when it gets boring. Okay.
If Iran.
Are you from Iran?
No, I'm not from Iran. I'm from the UK. But if the intelligence reports conclude that Iran can enrich uranium to a level that concerns you, would you consider bombing the country again?
Sure, without question, absolutely.
And have you had any conversations?
Turned out to be unbelievable. But, you know, our incredible flyers and I call them the shots. These guys are unbelievable. Think, from 52,000 feet, they hit the equivalent of a refrigerator door. They actually hit it right in the center, so it's much smaller than that. And just bomb after bomb going deeper, deeper, blowing up. Incredible, incredible thing. I don't know if you heard the general. He was very impressive. Raisin Cane. You know, he's the one that beat ISIS for me. And he did it in a matter of weeks. And I was told it was going to take 4 or 5 years. And when I got this job, I always said, if I get this job, I'm going to put that guy as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And Dan Kane, and he, when I heard his name was Raisin, his nickname is Raisin Kane. I said, you got to be kidding. So I liked him right from the beginning. But he knocked out ISIS in a time that nobody ever thought possible. And when this attack was completed and so successful, I said, now I know how you knocked out ISIS so quickly. But we have the best people, we have the best equipment in the world. You know, I rebuilt the military during my 4 years, during my other term. We have the best equipment in the world. The problem is we gave away, you know, a lot of it, but small, relatively speaking. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. Shouldn't have happened. That just shows how incompetent they were. They gave all that equipment away, billions and billions of dollars worth. Shouldn't have happened, but that was small compared to what we have. Now we have a great military with great people. Okay.
Mr. President, congratulations. A couple of very different questions. One is Rwanda, 1994. As you grew up in New York, we all knew how horrific those attacks were. Congratulations on that treaty. There are talks that perhaps...
That's going to take place today at 3 o'clock in the Oval Office. We're going to have a signing with Rwanda and the Congo.
I have a follow-up.
So I'm a little out of my league in that one because I didn't know too much about it. I knew one thing. They were going at it for many years and with machetes. It is one of the worst wars that anyone's ever seen. And I just happened to have somebody that was able to get it settled. I mean, just a brilliant person who is very comfortable in that part of the world. It's a very dangerous part of the world. I said, are you uncomfortable there? People are being killed. School children are being raided and killed. And I don't even want to say how, but as viciously as I've ever heard. Are you uncomfortable? No, that's the part of the world that I know. Very comfortable. Was able to get them together and sell it. And not only that, we're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here. They never thought they'd be coming to. Look, this is a very tough part of the world. They never thought, they were just telling me, they never thought they'd ever be coming to the White House, and they're so honored. And so we're going to give them a great big reception, but that's after many years of fighting. It's a great thing. That's at 3 o'clock, I believe.
Sir, are you concerned at all about secret nuclear sites in Iran? You talked about maybe just
secret nuclear sites?
Yes, that there might be some.
Not really. Can I tell you? They're exhausted. And Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them. And they both wanted it settled, both of them. And we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live. It's such a mess. It's such a mess. The place was bombed to hell. And no, I'm not worried about it at all. And I'm putting out a little statement. I'm going to respond to the Ayatollah's statement yesterday that we won the war. Oh, God, we won the war. And I said, look, you're a man of great faith, a man who's highly respected in his country. You have to tell the truth. You got beat to hell. And Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up. And it was a great time to end it. It was quick. They got the hate out. There was a lot of hate, a lot of hate. It would be great if they didn't have that hate. But the last thing they're thinking about is nuclear weapons right now. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Howe with NTD Research Media with the Epoch Times. Thank you so much for doing this. It's very refreshing for all of us here,
It's a good group.
in this room.
It's refreshing?
Very refreshing, yes. We haven't
Probably.
had this in, for the past
I understand what you mean.
So thank you so much for coming out here.
Other than Caroline's done a great job.
Yes.
You're referring to the past administration,
Yes,
not to
yes.
Caroline, right?
Yes. Back to the ruling today, if you don't mind. So you have always talked about winning for the American people.
Right.
How do you think today's ruling will enable you to further deliver for American families and workers across the country, not only when it comes to immigration, but also when it comes to trade, energy? What actions are most eager to move forward
Well, I
with
think
now?
taking power away from these absolutely crazy radical left judges is a tremendous. This is such a big day. This is such a big day. It's like it's sort of sad because we're doing the signing at 3 o'clock, and this may very well dominate the signing of a big war that was going on and really affecting the continent of. Think of it, the entire continent of Africa was being affected, and we're settling that war today, and this will probably be a headline. But this is a very big moment, and it gives power back to people that should have it, including Congress, including the presidency. And it only takes bad power away from judges. It really doesn't take power. It takes bad power, sick power, and unfair power. And it's really going to be, this is a very monumental decision. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you very much. On July 9th, is that July 9th date set for tariffs to snap back? Or could there be a...
We can do whatever we want. We could extend it. We could make it shorter. I'd like to make it shorter. I'd like to just send letters out to everybody. Congratulations, you're paying 25%. He doesn't want, he's a much nicer person than I am. Go ahead, do you finish it up?
Who are you considering for the Federal Reserve then? And are you speeding up that process? I see Secretary...
Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. I mean, I have a list of things. We're like 38 on the list. We pay, Cameroon and different places are paying the same as us. Because, you have somebody sets a rate at 4% or 4.5%. It's hard to go out and say we should be paying 1% when you have your so-called experts doing it. And the sad part is, as per the question that you asked about tariffs, we've had the tariffs, and we have less inflation than we had before. What we have is a hell of a lot more money, a hell of a lot more income, and we shouldn't be paying a rate like that. In other words, when we pay a rate, I'll tell you, each point is the equivalent of $300 billion. So if we had it down 3 points, because I think we should be at 1, you have Switzerland is at 0.25, in other words, 25% of 1%. And they're the number 1 right now, but we should be the number 1. And soon you're going to have, I think, you're going to have where the people will pay will pay, like we had a few years ago, where you put up money, you loan money, and I mean, you actually, instead of paying, you get paid. I love that. I don't know if it's any good, but I love it, where you put up money and you get paid. But we should be in a category, so we should be at the top of the list, not toward the bottom of the list. But we have a man who's not a smart man, and he probably has Trump derangement syndrome, and he's just not a smart person. What he's doing, though, he's hurting us for years to come, because if we borrow money at 2 points higher than we should be paying, that's $600 billion. Wouldn't you say those numbers are about right, Scott? So its 2 points would be about 600, actually more than that, but about $600 billion, all because the guy doesn't want to lower the rates. He's doing the service, a very disservice, and then he goes up and talks about, I'd like to see costs come down. You know, he gets up and he does his little thing for 5 minutes, and he goes out and he goes back to the beach. He goes, I'd like to see costs come down. Well, he could lower the interest cost by $900 billion a year. All he has to do is lower rates. And everybody's saying, I was watching some of the business shows today, and they're saying, you know, Trump's right. He should really be cutting. The country's doing well. We have no inflation. Now, despite him, we're doing great. But if we got the rates down, we would be a rocket ship. So I think that'll be it. And I just want to thank everybody. This is a really big day. We've had a big week. You know, we've had a big week. We've had a lot of victories this week. NATO was a tremendous victory. The war was a tremendous. Look, we were talking about this for 30 years, about Iran being nuclear. And all I said is it will not be nuclear, and it's not going to be nuclear. And, you know, I want to give credit to a lot of people, and most importantly to our great military. Boy, they put out that fire. Once that happened, once those bombs got dropped, that war was over. That war was over. But I just want to compliment them. Incredible. The general and all of his generals. Pete Hegseth was great. They all. And now I want to compliment Pam. A lot of genius went into this. You know, people, if you don't say it exactly right, if the Supreme Court doesn't get it because it's incorrectly spoken about, and that happens. A lot of cases are lost because they don't say the right words. But I want to correct. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. I may change my mind about that. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll call and say I was only kidding. She's going to go down as a great attorney general. This was a tremendous win, and we've had tremendous wins, but this was a tremendous win today. So I just want to congratulate you and Todd and your whole staff. Very brilliant people, and we can't forget John Sauer.
That's right.
Who is with. There's a medical emergency within his family, so he's taking care of that, and we said absolutely. So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Jeff Bezos on his wedding weekend.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
55 minutes in length, holding forth before the media for almost an entire hour in what was a late scheduled news conference. We didn't know about this until sometime after the Supreme Court rulings today were delivered. A news briefing that covered a lot of issues, indeed inspired by those rulings, and that was the feature of the conversation. But we, of course, then veered with no script into many different topics, from Iran to reconciliation to, yes, even the 2020 election, thanks to Lindell TV. There were no F-bombs today. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We thank you for joining us on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio, Channel 121, Bloomberg Originals, YouTube as well. Search right now, Bloomberg Business News Live, because we're about to bring you to the North Lawn of the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was, of course, listening and watching along with us as we listen to the president here. Tyler, it's great to see you. Last night was the big, beautiful event. I'm getting a sense that this was his real celebration today.
Yeah, hey, Joe. So a lot of issues, as you mentioned, you already hit that this was on the basis of that Supreme Court ruling that we saw earlier today that gave the administration a partial win, at least when it comes to their executive order on birthright citizenship. But I'll point you to another few topics. One on trade. He sidestepped whether or not that July 9th deadline really is firm. He said in his words, maybe they'll extend it, but also maybe they'll bring it up. He used actually shortening it. He said in the next week and a half they would be sending out these long-awaited letters that we have heard about setting those rates for these countries to negotiate. He actually said that he thought some of them are going to end up being disappointed with the rates that they are given. He highlighted India also as one of those countries that could likely get a deal. It's our understanding that trade officials from India are currently actually in Washington negotiating. Then I'll leave you on this. Of course, we talk about tariffs. We have to talk about the tax bill side of things. He spoke about the one big beautiful bill. He said he was frustrated with some of the parliamentarians' rulings, as we know, that we're starting to see some of those provisions stripped out of the bill, even those that have to do with the cost savings. And then it was interesting to hear him say he does think Senator Ron Johnson is a good man, in his words, and that he's committed to getting this done. But that means that they're going to have to find some sort of agreement, Joe, when it comes to cost savings and what this all is going to mean to our ballooning national debt.
There's a lot there, Tyler. I'm sure there's a big crowd about to pile out of that briefing room behind you. Tyler Kendall stood there for an hour to bring us that summary. Thank you, as ever, Tyler. At least it's 70 degrees today. It's kind of beautiful in Washington after the heat dome lifted. Now, we knew this was going to be coming here. We didn't know what the Supreme Court was going to tell us. President Trump saying thanks to the SCOTUS for solving the injunction problem, as he put it. We can now proceed, he said, with policies wrongly enjoined. Indeed, the Supreme Court curbing these nationwide blocks, these injunctions that have made life difficult for President Trump to, of course, carry out his full agenda here. Bloomberg News reporting the court limited the power of judges to block the president's policies nationwide. Realizing that this stemmed from the debate and, in fact, the lawsuit over birthright citizenship, the court left the fight over restrictions on that automatic citizenship to be had for another day, left that fight unresolved. And this is where we start our conversation with Robert McWhirter. It's the first phone call we made knowing that this was going to be the last day here and that we had some big ones coming. Constitutional lawyer, practicing criminal defense, civil rights lawyer, joining us from Maricopa County, founder of the law office of Robert McWhirter. You've been very generous with your time, Robert. It's great to see you. You listened to that whole romp along with our viewers and listeners. With regard to this ruling, to what extent does this impact the separation of powers?
Well, what it does is it takes away a lot of the power of the courts to help people affect their constitutional rights. It allows any president to do something blatantly unconstitutional and not have the court be able to enjoin all similar people. You can maybe get an injunction for your individual case, but there are thousands of people that presidential policies affect. And really, you should really do kind of a sauce for the goose argument. Sauce for the goose, a sauce for the gander. You know, Democratic people will be presidents and they will issue orders, and now other people can enjoin them. There was a lot of injunctions issued against the Biden administration and the Obama administration, and now those are gone. So, you know, the Trump people may be waving little flags and saying how great it is for them, but this is not good for individual people who want to assert their rights when a president does something unconstitutional.
And it will come around to the other party, Robert. The Attorney General spoke alongside President Trump in the briefing room today, pointing out that there were 94 federal judicial districts. Pam Bondi said 5 of those districts held 25 of the nationwide injunctions. 5 liberal districts in this country. Does she have a point?
Not really. What's going on here is those happen to have just been the 5 where the cases were brought. Now, there is a certain amount of what's called forum shopping that goes. Plaintiffs and in fact, the people who are kind of trying to prevent Joe Biden's immigration policies went down to one district judge in South Texas. So that does go on. But, you know, an injunction can be appealed to the circuit court and ultimately the Supreme Court. And so it's not like if you have an injunction against you, you don't have another avenue for redress or didn't have an avenue. And really what the number of injunctions against the Trump regime has much more to do with the unconstitutionality of their actions, not that there's some kind of judicial conspiracy from these quote-unquote liberal judges, many who were Republican appointed and even some Trump appointees. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that these are very questionable actions under the Constitution that the Trump regime is doing. That's the issue.
So 6'3" along ideological lines, to be clear here, Robert McWhirter. But what is it? Is there an irony here that I'm feeling that this Supreme Court is so willing to limit the power of the courts?
Yeah, I think it is. And really, given some of the justices, you really have to question whether this was the Obama administration or the Biden administration that would have brought it, or a future Democratic presidential administration, whether that ideological divide would have been the same. In other words, some of the justices that are jumping in this situation, pro-Trump, would they have gone the other way if it was a different president? And I think that has to be really a question asked of some of these justices who ruled in favor today of Donald Trump. And I think it questions their judicial consistency. So, you know, they've created this. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett writing, federal courts do not exercise general oversight of the executive branch, Robert. She says they resolve cases and controversies consistent with the authority Congress has given them. I suspect that you would agree with that, but are there nuances here that we need to bring forth? And if this is the case, that means Congress would need to do its job as a check on the executive, and I'm not sure we're going to hold our breath for that to happen, are we?
No, I think you're absolutely right. Look, to get into the weeds of this, in 1789, Congress passed the Judiciary Act, almost 200 years ago, over 200 years ago. And they provided for the power of the courts to issue different things, most of their work. The practice of nationwide injunctions have come and developed over decades. And this became a practice that many groups sought, nationwide injunctions. But again, a nationwide injunction was never a decision on the merits. It just says, look, let's stop the unconstitutional thing you may be doing and give us time to decide the case before, in this instance, you start taking away the birthright citizenship of babies. That's literally what this question is before the court. Now, they didn't answer birthright citizenship. But, the 14th Amendment is very clear. I think the administration will lose on this. But in the interim, let's not let the administration do terrible things to babies who are born in this country, to parents who are not U.S. citizens. And that's gone away now. That power and that right to seek redress to stop unconstitutional things before we decide the merits is gone.
Wow. The 14th Amendment, indeed, ratified in 1868. I think the president said 1869 or whatever. Indeed is what this is really wrapping around here, Robert. And the court decided to hold off on ruling directly on birthright citizenship. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said that's going to come up in a separate case in October. What's going to happen here?
Well, I can't imagine the court will change it. And by the way, you were right. It was 1868. It was not 1869, whatever. It was 1868. Look, the argument that gets made is that this was just intended to assure citizenship for former slaves and overturning the Dred Scott decision of 1858, which was, of course, a terrible blight on the Supreme Court, a terrible decision. But they also intended it to implement what was the common law in the United States, which was birthright citizenship. Since the time of the founding, if you were born here, you were always a citizen. And the 14th Amendment reaffirmed that. I always give one of what could be thousands of examples, if not millions. The men who fought in the Irish Brigade in the Civil War for the Union, at the Battle of Gettysburg and other places, those men knew that their children were U.S. citizens when they were born here. And the 14th Amendment as much recognized the rights of their children as it did the rights of Black people who had been freed from slavery, and the children of Black people were citizens as well. That's what was the intent of the 14th Amendment. It applies to all of us. The Due Process Clause, the Equal Protection Clauses, that applies to all of us, and we have a better country for it. And so the argument that somehow it just related to Black people after 1868 is, I think, just spurious.
Fascinating. Could you not listen to Robert McWhorter all day long? Someday I need to get a beer with Robert McWhorter. Or someday I'm going to find a way to get in trouble so I can hire Robert McWhorter. It's great to have you back, Robert. Thank you so much for taking the time to distill all of this and for surviving a nearly hour-long news briefing that walked us into this moment in time. Our constitutional lawyer, practicing criminal defense, civil rights lawyer, joining us from Maricopa County, Robert McWhorter, who's been there for us for years here at moments like this to speak in real terms, to break down the legalese so we understand the political side of the legal ruling. And we're going to keep going into our second hour here. Kaylee Lyons is just about to join us. We're going to get another update from the White House with Tyler Kendall, where the president just held an extensive news briefing on all of this. And we'll have a conversation with Senator Dick Durbin. Yes, the Democrat from Illinois, the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, is coming in next year on the fastest show in politics. We'll have our conversation with him straight ahead, only on Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The Supreme Court limits the power of judges to check the president. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as the High Court rules along ideological lines today on President Trump's request to call off the legal dogs. SCOTUS left the fight over birthright citizenship for another day. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Kaylee, this is, of course, one of several rulings that we've got today, and the president just held forth for almost a full hour in the White House briefing room to take a victory lap on this.
Yeah, celebrating this is a big win for the administration, not just because it pertains to the birthright citizenship issue, but also because they see this as unlocking an easier path to pursuing their agenda without as much interference in the courts, at least on a national level. The president actually outlining a series of other priorities beyond birthright citizenship, like ending funding for sanctuary cities. For example, he was, of course, joined by the Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was quite passionate on this issue as well. It was lengthy, as you say, Joe. A lot of ground was covered, and Tyler Kendall was listening to the whole thing for us. So let's go to her right away live from the North Lawn of the White House. So Tyler, obviously, in part, this is about birthright citizenship, but it extends well beyond it.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. And we should say that the ruling that the Supreme Court gave wasn't actually about the legality of the executive order from this White House when it comes to limiting birthright citizenship. This really was about the ability for judges to implement what's known as a universal injunction that would essentially curb how this executive order is put into place nationwide. Now, the court did rule that they found that how this has been handled likely exceeds the equitable authority that Congress has granted to federal courts. So that means that this administration now has a little bit more leeway here when it comes to their executive orders, and that there cannot be this curb from federal judges when it comes to these nationwide injunctions. We should also say that a lot of ground was covered in this meeting, and one I will point out to is trade. President Trump did say that that July 9th deadline for deals doesn't necessarily mean that's a firm deadline. He said it could be extended. He also mulled the idea that it could be shortened, and he said that in his view, he would like to get these long-awaited letters that we've been waiting for out in the next week and a half to our trading partners that would set a rate on the table that they could either take or leave. We're going to have to see if that really ends up happening, considering that we have heard from other administration officials before, including the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who today said that they are expecting all of the trade deals to be wrapped up by Labor Day. Quickly, I will leave you with one other point from this, which is another deadline. It's the July 4th deadline. We can't talk about tariffs without also talking about taxes. President Trump said July 4th was an important date, but it's not the end-all for getting his reconciliation package over the finish line.
So maybe that timeline is indeed sliding. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House on a very busy day, Tyler. Indeed, much was talked about in that news briefing, but we want to stick with the ruling from the Supreme Court today, specifically on judges' power to issue nationwide injunctions. We're joined right now live from Capitol Hill by the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Of course, that is Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. And Senator, it's great to have you back with us today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Welcome to our conversation. I know that you are not happy about this ruling. Tell us what it means for the separation of powers in the United States.
What it means basically is the Supreme Court has created a procedural mess over one of the most explicit rights conferred by the Constitution, the right for a baby born in this country to be presumed to be an American citizen, except under extraordinary cases. So now what this court has done in its infinite wisdom is to raise that question state by state, issue by issue. We should have had a national injunction. That's where we were headed, and it made sense on something this basic. But now the question's going to rise in state after state. Is my baby a citizen in Kansas? Is my baby a citizen in Illinois? That mess has been left by the Supreme Court, which I think will be almost impossible to unscramble.
So, Senator, even though the court did not explicitly decide on the birthright citizenship question in this ruling, you still see it as effectively having the same impact?
It's going to create chaos and confusion, but that has been a hallmark of the Trump administration for the last 6 months. He's issued so many executive orders trying to flood the zone, as he said, to overwhelm our legal system. And today he overwhelmed the Supreme Court in a majority decision, which I think is going to be leading to more and more chaos.
Well, the president just held a news briefing at the White House, Senator, just before you joined us. He thanked the court for solving what he called the injunction problem. You wrote in a statement a short time ago that by issuing this ruling, the court is stating that courts cannot block even the most lawless actions of the Trump administration on a nationwide basis.
And confusion from this administration.
Senator, can you see ways around this nationwide injunction?
Senator, and I don't think I ever could have been. If I understand, Senator, and I don't think I ever could have been. If I understand this correctly, based on what we're talking about here, if there's no possible nationwide injunction, can't the Supreme Court then be facing thousands of cases? Do they have to stay in session all year?
Well, I don't know about sticking around in session. They like to take their vacations too, and they're entitled to them. But they led this to a situation where you could have 20 or 21 states join in an action before the Supreme Court, and then serious questions as to whether the remaining states are even affected by the court decision. That really attacks the most fundamental questions of democracy and having a unified nation.
Well, and when we consider the layout of our democracy and the disparate branches of government, of which obviously the judicial is one, Senator, putting this case together, this nationwide injunction issue together with previous rulings we've seen from this Supreme Court, including the one around presidential immunity for official acts taken in office, in aggregate, what have they done to the office of the executive? How much more power has it been given?
Dramatic increases. The courts have given more power to the presidency, and as I mentioned earlier, the Republican majorities in the House and Senate are loath to ever question Donald Trump's demands for more and more authority under the Constitution. They are giving away rights right and left, and I think that is something that is a departure, a clear break from where we are in history. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt was reelected and was sick and tired of losing in the Supreme Court, he suggested adding justices to that court. The Democratic majority in the Congress, along with the Republicans, said not only no, but hell no. We're not going to let you do this to the court. They understood the institution of Congress has a responsibility under the Constitution, and they worked together on a bipartisan basis to protect it. These Republican leaders in the House and Senate today are cowered by this president. They're afraid to step back and say the obvious. The Constitution gives us authorities the president doesn't have.
Well, Senator, I know that some of your colleagues are a little bit afraid of the idea of the president giving them a phone call this weekend about his so-called big, beautiful bill. We'd love to ask your thoughts on the reconciliation process, knowing that this timeline appears to be sliding, and the president said just now in his briefing at the White House that he's not wedded to this July 4th deadline, whether it's Medicaid, whatever else the parliamentarian kicks out of the bill, lack of a deal on SALT. What's going to happen here? Are you planning to work this weekend, or did this just move into July?
Well, I've reported for duty. I'd rather be home, I can tell you that, but I have a job to do out here. I've been waiting patiently for the Republicans to present legislation. They can't come up with a formula that is going to give enough money for more tax breaks for the wealthy without cutting some fundamental things like health insurance for 16 million families, raising the cost of health insurance for many others, and cutting into Medicare programs, which are supposed to be sacred. And because they've had these problems, they've been twisting and trying to find some alternative the parliamentarian will accept. Without success at that level, we continue to wait and wait. But the fundamentals of this proposal are just plain wrong. $346,000 tax break for Elon Musk. For goodness sakes, will he even notice it? I mean, that kind of thing at the expense of downstate hospitals in Kansas and Missouri and Iowa and Illinois, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, Senator, what do you and your colleagues in the minority have within your power to slow down this process to any extent? Will there be lots of amendments, procedural hurdles thrown up, knowing that because this is reconciliation, party line is the expectation here?
We're going to give to the Republicans express specific choices by amendments so the American people can see how they'll vote. You know, just basic amendments as to whether or not you really want to cut the benefits under Medicare, whether or not you want to deny assistance to, as I said, downstate hospitals, rural hospitals, inner city hospitals, close them down and make it difficult for people to find quality health care. You know, those are going to be amendments offered by the Democrats because that's part of the package of tax breaks for wealthy people.
Are you hearing from any of your Republican colleagues who have conversations in your office, maybe when we're not around, Senator Durbin, about their feelings on this? There are a number I could name, including Tom Tillis, of course, Rand Paul, and others who are very concerned about different elements of this bill. And at the moment, we keep hearing that John Thune does not have the votes to pass it. Could there be a coalition of Democrats like yourself and some nervous Republicans who sink this bill?
It takes 4 senators, 4 Republican senators, to step up and say, this is a bad idea and we can't make it any better. We got to step aside and go back to the regular bipartisan process. We'll have to give up some things that are important to us, but we're going to serve the American people with the appropriations that are necessary to keep our government functioning. Unfortunately, this reconciliation approach has taken a long time and they've been unable to resolve it.
All right, Senator, we appreciate you joining us live from Capitol Hill. Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, of course, the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. We very much appreciate your time, sir. And as we consider the path forward for reconciliation, whether a working weekend will be enough to get this done, or if this July 4th deadline is going to be not so much of the deadline we thought it was. We turn to our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, are with us. Rick Davis, of course, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, we heard the president himself say today that this July 4th deadline is not the end all. Is that an admission that this process is not going to wrap up on the exact timeline Republicans hoped it would?
Yeah, I think that he made a calculated decision not to insist on this July 4th date and left it open for Thune and the leadership in the House Republican caucus to have some flexibility to get a deal done. Look, I mean, we know after the parliamentarian ruled some of these provisions, especially related to the cuts in Medicare, we're going to take some time to figure out how do you replace almost $300 billion in revenue that you were looking to be able to use to pay for this massive bill, wasn't going to be around. And so I know that they've been furiously cutting deals and taking things out of the bill that, may not pass muster with the parliamentarians. So the reality is, they will likely get a deal. I mean, I think everybody in the caucus believes that they will ultimately pass a piece of legislation to be called the Big Beautiful Bill. But it looks like probably more in before the August recess rather than the July recess.
Does that mean they get this done still with the debt ceiling component intact here, Jeannie, or could this slide far enough? They need Democrats. Republicans need Democrats to hash out a separate bill on dealing with avoiding a default.
Yeah, I don't think we know yet. I think they are still hopeful they will get this done before the end of July, which is what we hear is the X date. But, they may need Democrats to come along and they're going to have to give something up for that. But, I read the president today during that press conference, and I loved how Dick Durbin told you guys he was reporting for duty. So I read the president to say that, he is acknowledging that this is probably going to slide past this July 4th deadline. If for no other reason, then these representatives and senators have got to get back to their districts and their states. They've got to be selling this bill. So far, at least by my calculation, the only one who's selling it is Donald Trump. And you can hear his message. If you don't do this, you are going to be raising taxes on Americans. But you don't hear that as much in as concerted a tone from the Republicans in the House and Senate because they are all over many aspects of this bill that they don't like. So they need to be selling this bill. They need to get back to Washington and vote on it and get it over the finish line because this is Donald Trump's agenda. It is the only train leaving the station. And if they let it go down, that would be an enormous loss, not just for Donald Trump, but for Republicans. I can't imagine that happening. And I also can't imagine anyone allowing the United States to allow the debt ceiling not to be lifted or to be removed as it should be. But, you know, we don't know for certain when that's going to be. But I think Democrats would have to get along with them on the debt ceiling if they don't meet this deadline of July 4th.
Well, Rick, as Jeannie says, members need to go home and tell their constituents, hey, you should love this piece of legislation. What if actually they go home and what they hear from their constituents is, no, we hate this legislation. As polling has suggested, it's not popular. Is there a risk that members actually come back if they're allowed to go home and say, actually, no, we're more firmly standing our ground against the components of this package that we don't agree with?
Yeah, it's interesting that the president addressed this directly and talked about how people love this bill and how popular it is, and that's the reason to vote for it. I think one of the reasons there was so much pressure to try and get this bill done by July 4th is because you didn't want to go home and during this long period during the 4th of July and the August recess be exposed to all these constituents who are going to be showing up complaining about the cuts, complaining about, you know, the different provisions in this bill that negatively affect them. And we've already seen pretty dicey town halls with members of Congress getting attacked. So much of this is a lead up to the midterm elections. And the further it's behind in the rearview mirror, the better chance Republicans have of sort of moving beyond it. And so, yeah, I think that they're going to get an earful. I mean, how many of these Republicans are going to be walking 4th of July parades and getting yelled at by people on the street? Not an optimal situation to be in. And it'll be interesting to see if it doesn't get done. And I'm not suggesting that it's dead today. That's a long period of time between July 4th and Labor Day. And that can be an incredibly painful period of time. Summers are always rough on politicians, and this one looks like it may be the roughest.
And to think that the White House is planning a big road show. They hit the road as soon as this bill has passed, with cabinet members and other surrogates planning to comb the country to tell the story about what was accomplished. You wonder if that will be enough. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be back with us. Our political panel has a lot more to talk about, Kaylee, with the Supreme Court rulings today. Not specifically on birthright citizenship, but national injunctions, enough to the point where we saw the president celebrating this morning at the White House.
Yeah, with a lengthy news conference. So we'll bring you the analysis from Rick and Jeannie up next on Bloomberg.
121 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 38 points. NASDAQ up 106 points. The Dow up 493 points. The Russell 2000 Index up 12 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.24%. The 2-year yield at 3.72%. Green across the screen. Consumer spending declined 0.3% in May. That is the most since the start of this year, amid elevated uncertainty around the Trump administration economic policies. Consumer sentiment rose sharply in June to a 4-month high. The final June sentiment index increasing to 60.7. That's up from 52.2 a month before. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the Trump administration's agenda for trade agreements could be wrapped up by the Labor Day holiday. He notes that the U.S. has already done a deal with the U.K. and reached an accommodation with China and is now working on agreements with 10 major trading partners. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we have our eye on all three branches of the United States government today. Obviously, Congress working its way toward maybe passage of the big, beautiful bill at some point, though there is a lot of work that still needs to get done before then, and this July 4th deadline is looking like it may not be such a deadline after all. That's the legislative branch. Then, of course, you have the judicial branch, as the Supreme Court closed out its term today by handing down its remaining decisions, including one in particular that was a birthright citizenship case, not deciding that issue, but ruling on nationwide injunctions, effectively limiting the power of judges to block administrative policies on a nationwide level. And that action from the judicial branch inspiring the executive branch to celebrate today, as we saw a long news conference at the White House with President Trump alongside the Attorney General Pam Bondi, Joe, celebrating that ruling.
Yeah, 55 minutes by my count. We brought it to you live here, of course, on Bloomberg. President Trump at the podium thanking the Supreme Court for, in his words, solving his injunction problem. And that's where we start with our political panel. Once again, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back together, Bloomberg Politics contributors. And Jeannie, this is something that we've talked about more than once here with regard to the check on the executive power. You have frequently called out Congress for not doing its job, and you've been thankful that the courts have been there. What about now?
I think the job is Congress's. The third branch should have some checks, but I actually think this decision is being overread in many ways. Number one, the dire warnings by many on the Democratic side and the liberal side, I think, are overwrought. The issue of these injunctions is something that's come up in the last 20, 40 years. And it's...
What does this mean in terms of what you call a benefit here, the system working better?
You know, she's looking at, a restricted time period. If you go back to, say, the Obama administration or a Democratic administration, the Biden administration, you will see forum shopping on the right. And they, Republicans very keen on going down to this one district in Texas with one judge who's very conservative. This is what this system has invited. And I would just push back a little on the idea that it is only Donald Trump who benefits from this. Donald Trump is not the king. He will serve another 3.5 years. And when he is out, there may be a Republican, there may be a Democrat in. This is about the branches of government, and the power that they have given this branch is for the presidency, not for Donald Trump. And so Republicans have to be very careful here to overread this. Are they going to like it if the next Democrat comes in and says, I'm going to issue an EO taking away all semi-automatic weapons because I read Article 2 in this way? And then that EO goes into effect and they have to fight it in all 94 of these districts. They will now push back on that. But the reality is that there shouldn't be this widespread use of universal or nationwide injunctions, but there should be circumstances, I argue, like birthright citizenship, in which it is used. And I think if you read the decision by the majority carefully, which is why Amy Coney Barrett was chosen to write it and not one of the more conservatives, she says that this may be an area in which it isn't allowed, and she's letting the district courts or the lower courts decide that. So I do think we're in a wait and see period at this point.
Well, we spoke about the birthright citizenship issue specifically, Jeannie, with Dick Durbin, the Democratic senator and the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, who effectively told us it's still going to create chaos and confusion, even if the court didn't actually take a stand on this 14th Amendment-oriented question. Is that also your expectation?
Absolutely. I think in this case, it is a case in which this patchwork is absolutely unconstitutional and should not be used. And that's what I mean. And I know that those activist lawyers out there on the Democratic side are going to work hard to try to make that case to the Supreme Court. You left open exceptions here. This is an exception, and Dick Durbin is absolutely right. You cannot do this to parents and babies and say when you are going in to deliver, consider applying to a class action lawsuit or challenging the court. So this is a case in which I'm hopeful the moderates on the Supreme Court will join with the liberals in saying it's an exception and that these district court judges can issue an injunction in these types of cases. But we need to hear that from the Supreme Court.
Do you share that concern, Rick, this patchwork that Senator Dick Durbin describes of states when it comes to the 14th Amendment?
You know, I think there's always been a bit of a patchwork response in the federal judiciary. Obviously, all these courts differ in ideology and geography, and you're going to get different rulings. And that's why the appellate business, the appellate structure is there to iron out some of that patchwork. And ultimately, if it's not ironed up, it gets to the Supreme Court. And we've seen action on behalf of the Supreme Court actively since this president got elected to deal with exactly these things. The bad news for us is these things are done on the shadow docket. We rarely get much of an explanation. This is one of the few that have actually come with a written opinion to give us some guidance on the thinking of the Supreme Court. And so at the end of the day, I think your question to Senator Durbin was the right one, which is, doesn't this mean we're going to get a lot more action at the Supreme Court? And it is likely to have a lot of impact with the activities of these cases now all going up to the appellate level and maybe beyond. So, but at the end of the day, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter, and that irons out a lot of the patchwork that exists below them.
Well, and of course, it wasn't just this case that the Supreme Court made it a ruling on today. There were a number of others, including, of course, a case around religious rights and books in classrooms in Maryland that families weren't notified of when it comes to LGBTQ rights. Rick, do you view any of those other cases that the court decided on today as surprising or highly influential in terms of the way in which this country moves forward?
Well, I think with this debate we've had about wokeism in the political sphere now for quite some time and really evolved during the last presidential election, this decision on letting parents opt out, as it relates to some of the content in schools could have a really profound impact and frankly shift a lot of power to parents in the public school system and away from administrators and teachers. So you knew that was going to happen in some shape or form in this administration as it went along. And I think this is the first real dynamic decision by the court that says, parents are going to decide on content. And I think it could have far-reaching impacts, not just on LGBT issues, but also other issues that parents have railed about for some time.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Friday. Thank you so much for being with us on Balance of Power, and we still have more coming up. We're going to turn back to Capitol Hill in just a moment, where Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, the Democrat, is going to join us. He, of course, Joe, sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I wonder his reaction to the news we just got from President Trump on Iran, a suggestion that over the last few days he was looking at removing sanctions, but not anymore, as he criticizes the words of the Ayatollah.
Iran has to get back into the world order flow, President Trump says. We will explore this with the senator along with the latest on reconciliation. Kaylee, John Thune still doesn't have the votes.
Yeah, and July 4th, not looking like it may happen at this point. This is Bloomberg.
140 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks nearing all-time highs as the White House touts progress on trade deals. And the latest data show the economy in the U.S. is weathering that tariff stress. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 36 points. NASDAQ up 96 points. The Dow is up 482 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.25%. The 2-year yield at 3.73%. The European Union and the U.S. believe they can reach a trade agreement before the July 9th deadline, when the U.S. is set to impose a 50% tariff on nearly all European Union products, and the EU plans to impose its own countermeasures. The EU is seeking a mutually beneficial deal, but it also is getting ready for any countermeasures in case talks fail. The Federal Reserve's key inflation gauge ran just slightly above expectations in May, clouding the outlook for rate cuts. Consumer spending declined 0.3%, the most since the start of the year, amid elevated uncertainty around the Trump administration's economic policies. The decline in spending was broad-based, coinciding with declining consumer sentiment this year in response to President Trump's unpredictable trade policy. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Watching the developments in the market for us. Meanwhile, we're keeping you apprised of the developments on Capitol Hill as the Senate is still trying to work its way through potentially procedural measures that would set them up for a vote maybe this weekend as they try to pass this one big, beautiful reconciliation bill before what was a July 4th deadline, though President Trump himself at the White House today suggested July 4th is not the end-all, be-all of this legislation. The problem is, of course, that we still have work to do, specifically from the Senate parliamentarians, some reworking of language that the parliamentarian or measures the parliamentarian has suggested do not pass muster in the reconciliation process, and still some deals that need to be made on issues like SALT in particular. It's a lot of work left to do, and we had the chance on Balance of Power on the late edition last night to ask the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, about some of this. Began by asking him specifically about whether the parliamentarian was making this whole effort a whole lot harder.
I think reconciliation has a process, and we all respect the process. So I think they're just going through the way they do things in the Senate, and I think it's going to work out great for the president.
Secretary, it's good to see you. Welcome to Balance of Power once again. Your thoughts on some of the complications that we're hearing about beyond the parliamentarian. We've got the SALT caucus to satisfy. There are still questions about the level of cuts in the president's big, beautiful bill. Timeline is one thing. The final result is another here. When you consider what we just saw there in the East Room, what is there to celebrate today?
Well, I think today was motivational. You know, what we're doing is we're getting everybody together and saying, let's go past this bill, right? There's lots of people, as the president said, there's lots of people who are grandstanders, a few people, they want to make their point. They want to get their moment in the sun, their big moment of fame. But in the end of the day, the Republican Party is behind Donald Trump. They're going to pass this bill. It'll be the largest tax cut in the history of the United States of America. Or imagine if they didn't pass it, it would be the largest tax increase. So who isn't going to back the largest tax cut in the history of America? No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, really delivering on his promises. So I think we're all really excited about what's coming, and it's coming in the next week or two.
Well, when we consider who might not be super eager to vote on this package, Mr. Secretary, the aforementioned SALT caucus that Joe was just referring to is still threatening basically not to support this measure. They found the first offer from the Treasury Department on some kind of compromise unsatisfactory. We understand there will be more meetings happening today, but are you as a New Yorker going to have to get involved in this as well? You know how close to home this issue is for those members.
Sure, but, what's going to happen is these members and the senators, they're talking, they're pounding it out, they're working it out, and I am confident they're going to reach a consensus, and this bill is going to pass. Look, this is hard fought. It's one big, beautiful bill, which means the key word is big. It covers all of the things that the president promised, and that's a huge amount of things to get accomplished. And I think we're feeling positive, and we're feeling optimistic. And sure, is it a lot of work? Oh my gosh, it's a lot of work. Speaker Johnson and Senator Thune are doing a great job, and I think you're going to see this pass. It's hard work, but it's coming our way.
Secretary, I'm really interested in exploring the relationship between the tax bill and tariffs. If you can maybe take us by the hand here. Does the tax bill only work when you have the revenue coming from tariffs? And we're, of course, having this conversation as we walk ever closer to July 9th, the deadline here for the reciprocals. If the bill alters anymore, does the tariff program need to change with it?
Not at all. The tariff program is in the power of the presidency, right? Congress has given the president the power to work on these tariffs and to set these tariffs. So that's presidential power. So what's really interesting is this big, beautiful bill does not count the $88 billion of tariff revenue we've received, and now we're earning up to $30 billion a month in tariff revenue so far, and as you get to July 9th, that number is only going to go higher. We're going to announce a whole bunch over the next week or so, and then we're just going to send leaders right category and off we'll go. Right category and off we'll go. There's going to be tens of billions per month, and those not included in the bill. So when they talk about the deficit, when they're talking about the bill, they're only talking about the things that bill touches.
Are doing everything we can to say we want to prevent it. We want to prevent that from happening, but we're also not the majority. So I that from happening, but we're also not the majority. So I hope that we can defend the integrity of the process, but not guaranteed.
Well, Senator, as we consider votes in your chamber, knowing you have a seat on the Foreign Relations Committee, we are expecting a vote tonight on the War Powers resolution that is being put forward by your colleague, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine. Do you expect the votes will be there for that? Why is this even necessary when the Trump administration has suggested that military action against Iran is over, at least for now?
Well, they've suggested it's over, and then they've suggested, well, maybe it's not over. And so essentially it is a vote on defending the Constitution. The Constitution says that the president cannot declare war or go to war against another country, that prerogative is restricted to Congress. And the reason for that is the founders said, look, the issues of war are so sizable as they should never be vested with a single person. And think about the wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. In that case, well, we lost some 7,000 military members, had 50,000 with serious life-altering conditions, spent $8 trillion on those wars. It's a reminder of how consequential going to war is and why there should be a broader debate than just leaving it to the whim of a single person. So I hope we have the votes. I have a feeling that we might not. There's a lot of intense tribal partisanship that has become stronger and stronger as the media world in America has split into two very separate bubbles of people getting different information. It's really accentuated the partisan divide. So by the principle of the Constitution, we should vote for this tonight, but I wouldn't want to bet that we'll have the votes to pass it.
Well, and another question for you on Iran, Senator. President Trump took to Truth Social earlier this hour to suggest he had been thinking about removing sanctions on Iran, but after a statement from the Ayatollah about winning the war against Israel, he disagreed with. He says that he has immediately dropped all work on sanctions relief. Do you still have hope of a diplomatic ultimate resolution here?
There has to be a diplomatic resolution because otherwise you don't have any idea what has happened to the some 880 pounds of 60% enriched uranium, or how that might be utilized to create 90% or processed to create a path to a nuclear weapon. And so there is a win-win that can come out of this, but it's going to only happen through a diplomatic agreement. And in fact, the Trump administration had folks who were carrying on that conversation before Israel attacked Iran and during the time that the attacks were going on. And it's the only, you can't ultimately resolve this challenge and other challenges. The use of Iran of ballistic missiles that could carry a warhead, the funding of militias throughout an arc that stretches over to Lebanon. Those issues have to be resolved through diplomacy.
All right, Senator, we appreciate your time. Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon here with us on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. And do want to reiterate some breaking news the president brought us just moments ago. He is officially, effective immediately, ending all trade talks with Canada over a digital services tax. We are seeing a market impact, the dollar strengthening against the Canadian dollar, stocks paring back gains of just 0.3% now on the S&P 500. Coverage of that will continue later on the late edition of Balance of Power. So we'll see you then on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we are live, of course, on radio. We're on television. We're on YouTube. We're on Bloomberg Originals. We are live, though, from Southampton. We're not in our studio.
And it is a gorgeous day here. We're at Michael Loeb's Uncharted conference here in Southampton. About 500 people here, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists. We've got a lot of folks who sponsored the event as well. And the idea here is everybody's mingling and really raising money for companies.
Yeah, it's all about the startup community, entrepreneurs. There's various discussions going on, panels going on. At the same time, let's not forget that in the macro, there's so much going on. In fact, we just had a headline cross the Bloomberg terminal moments ago. President Trump saying that the United States will cease trade negotiations with Canada, a major, major trading partner, as you know, for the United States. And as a result, a rally that we've seen really throughout most of the day taking a leg down.
Yeah, set to close still at a record for the S&P 500. We'll see how this headline is digested in markets, though. And of course, we will continue to bring you the latest of everything happening outside of Washington and out of Washington when it comes to trade and trade negotiations.
Yeah, we're going to actually tackle, of course, what came out of the Supreme Court. 5 big rulings as they wrap up their term. It also seems while maybe U.S.-Canada not progressing when it comes to any kind of trade deal, we are seeing some progress when it comes to the United States and China. And that's what initially gave a lot of support to the earlier rally.
Our focus, too, on everything happening here in Southampton. Michael Loeb is going to be joining us. He's co-host of the event. He's a venture capitalist on talking really about a healthy entrepreneurial community and really, Carol, why that's good for the United States.
Yeah, right, and the U.S. economy. Hey, also Bill Harris, former head of PayPal, Intuit, more on fintech and the AI world. This guy has seen so many different cycles. We talked to him earlier, Paul Sweeney and I, so looking forward to kind of broadening out that conversation.
And this one's for you, Carol, because you are such a fan of the Sharks.
Shark Tank.
She's always talking about Shark Tank.
Damon John, I really like the startup community, and it's interesting to see people pitch different companies and to figure out what the investors ultimately bite for, so no pun intended. All right, let's send it back to New York, to Amy Morris for a check on that trading session, because that rally running out a little bit of steam.
You got it, Carol. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 0.25%. The Dow up 0.8%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.25% and the 2-year yield at 3.72%. And you're absolutely right. It's starting to run out of steam, in part because they think President Trump said he is ending all trade discussions with Canada after claiming that the country moved to implement a digital services tax. They say they're going to go ahead with this, and he is now threatening to impose a fresh tariff rate within the next week. Now, this is just happening now. We're going to see how this impacts the markets. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, meanwhile, has said that the Trump administration's agenda for trade agreements could be wrapped up by the Labor Day holiday. We'll see how that is impacted as well. Meanwhile, the European Union and the U.S. believe they can reach a trade agreement before the July 9th deadline. That's when the U.S. is set to impose a 50% tariff on nearly all EU products, and the EU plans to impose its own countermeasures. The EU seeking a mutually beneficial deal, but it is also preparing those countermeasures in case talks fail. And the Federal Reserve's key inflation gauge ran just slightly above expectations in May, clouding the outlook for rate cuts. Consumer spending declined 0.3%, the most since the start of the year, amid elevated uncertainty around the Trump administration's economic policies. That spending was broad-based, coinciding with declining consumer sentiment this year because of the unpredictable trade policy. Once again, the S&P 500 now up 0.4%, NASDAQ up about 0.25%, the Dow up 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenova.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Amy's certainly been out of it all over this, as the whole Bloomberg News team. And this has to do with the Supreme Court getting ready to wrap up this term, and they did come down with 5 different rulings. A big one was the U.S. Supreme Court limiting the power of judges to block government policies nationwide. They did leave unresolved a fight over President Donald Trump's restrictions on automatic birthright citizenship. But this all gets to, Tim, specifically what's going on in terms of presidential power. We did have the president hailing the decision as a monumental victory and said the administration would move to get blocks lifted on a number of his policies. Here's the president earlier.
Thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore.
That was President Trump just a little earlier today, commenting on this U.S. Supreme Court limiting the power of judges to block some government policies nationwide. Let's bring in right now Harold Krent. He's a professor of law at the Chicago-Kent College of Law, also the author of the book Presidential Powers, joining us to talk these latest Supreme Court decisions. That's exactly where I want to start. Birthright citizenship. This is something that during this term, President Trump has really gone after. What is your interpretation of what the Supreme Court said today when it comes to what many had deemed as a constitutional right of birthright citizenship?
The Supreme Court did not directly address the question of whether the ban on birthright citizenship is constitutional or not, and most observers think it's not, but the court refused to wade into those waters. Instead, what the court held was that the courts below erred in issuing a nationwide injunction against the executive order by President Trump. Certainly, this is a victory in a sense for presidential power. It denies a court the ability to enjoin a president nationwide, while the president, on his or her behalf, can obviously affect the nation with one fell swoop, as President Trump has with all these executive orders. Now the attacks will have to be in a piecemeal fashion.
So what does this mean then? I mean, does this in any way embolden President Trump potentially to move on? I guess what I'm trying to do is carry this out. What other actions might come forward, you know, when the Supreme Court comes back, the next turn that they might need to be addressing? Like, what does this do in terms of enabling him to move forward on maybe different initiatives that maybe before this ruling he might not have done?
So there are a number of maybe 10, 12 nationwide injunctions that are in place right now in terms of stopping President Trump from cutting funding for various initiatives, stopping him from firing federal employees, stopping him from reassigning employees. And right now, those will no longer be binding. They'll only be binding to the extent that plaintiffs were properly situated in the court. In other words, those people who filed suit will get the benefit of the injunction, but no one else. So going back to birthright citizenship, that all those who joined the case as plaintiffs challenging this policy will still get the benefit of the injunction. But the fear is that after 30 days, if those plaintiffs, other than those plaintiffs, the president may try to strip citizenship and remove people from the country because they're no longer protected by the injunction. The natural response should be either to file a class action or perhaps to have states sue on behalf of their citizens. We don't know if that will be successful or not, but that will be the important reaction to the Supreme Court's decision today. So that all litigation will have to go now more in a sporadic fashion to counter the presidential assertion of authority, and only when all courts have spoken, or at least when the Supreme Court has spoken, can a president's policy be stopped across the board.
You know, I want to follow on Carol's question a little bit, Professor, and talk about presidential power and the consolidation of presidential power. How does this court,